We'll call this to order. I believe Commissioner Walsh will be joining us. And if he hasn't joined us by the end of the Pledge of Allegiance, then we'll just move on to public comment. So I'll let the record reflect that the four of us are here and we're awaiting the Commissioner Walsh. We'll start with the invocation by Reverend Tattersall, and she's here. Would you please give us your invocation, ma'am?
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, fill those who hold office in this county, especially our county commissioners and those gathered here today, with the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I hope I can remember wisdom and charity. All right. We'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. One nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. And before we go any further, have they contacted Commissioner Walsh?
Natalie Wood,
here.
Larry is here.
Oh, he is?
Can you hear me?
No, now I can, yeah. All right. Then we'll go to public comment. Only 2 periods of public comment will be taken during this meeting. Once at the beginning of the board meeting and again at the end of the meeting. Public comment will not be taken on each agenda item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person who has left a voice message on Douglas County's public comment phone line, which is 775-783-6007. Once a public comment period has been opened, and it is open now. Once public comment closes, the voice messages will be played to the public and county commissioners in the order they are recorded. No more than 1 voice message public comment per person will be played during each public comment period. Douglas County's public comment phone line became available to take public comment at 1 p.m. Public comment will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public comment phone line. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the County Board of Commissioners. Do we have any public comment?
Natalie Wood, for the record. Yes, sir. I have 3. I can start playing them.
All right, if you would, please.
Lynn Muzzy, M-U-Z-Z-Y. Regarding agenda items 9 and 10, for the record, my home will not be directly impacted by the mine. But generally, in the Johnson Lane area, I'm seeing our local Nextdoor blog and Facebook alive with anger over the proposed Painted Rock mine. Many of the people who bought homes in this area will suffer severe damage to the quality of their life and a sharp depreciation in their property values when heavy gravel trucks make their noisy, dusty, debris-dropping way up and down Johnson Lane. Planning to pursue mitigation of off-site impacts is not going to work for folks who will suffer harshly from the truck traffic and blasting from the mine. There has been some mealy-mouthed speculation that if you try to deny the mine the use of Johnson Lane, it might result in a lawsuit. From what I'm seeing among the residents, you'd be well advised to do exactly that. Anything less and you will touch off a firestorm that will follow you even when you leave office. Among our district attorney staff are some of the finest legal minds in Nevada. Today would be a good day to let them know that they should start preparing to go to court.
Okay, next.
Jim Slade. Our master plan is the guiding document for the county. It reflects the public's desire for the future of Douglas County, not that of temporary elected officials or county staff. The introduction also states that residents feel strongly that the protection of the high quality of life and particular features that make this county so attractive should be a high priority. The theme, "Keep Our Rural Character," was heard many times in many different ways from residents. That refrain continues to this day. Our master plan, however, is under attack from special interests, community development, and county commissioners, some of whom have less than 4 months left to serve. They're proposing changes to the master plan that are contrary to the public interest. In the original version in '96, and in every update since then, including the draft 2017 update, the first goal of the growth management element has been to manage growth in Douglas County at a level that our natural and fiscal resources can support. This year, however, with no explanation, they're trying to add the phrase, "and that our businesses need to flourish." That is an unwanted pro-development statement, thinly veiled support for more and more relatively low-cost housing with its attendant traffic, water use, and cost to taxpayers. Likewise, the first goal of the land use element started as to retain the beauty, natural setting, and resources in the rural agricultural character of the county. All that is gone in the proposed new version, and in its place is to achieve balance between preservation and development, another giveaway to pro-development interests. This is contrary to the expressed desire to keep our rural county, which should remain as the first priority. How is this happening? Who added that wording? Community development was asked that recently, and they implied that it was in accordance with the wishes of county commissioners. That, of course, would just be some of the county commissioners, and it was not something that it was ever voted on. Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, and Rice are trying to hastily cram through this update before the end of the year, despite the shortage of time, the contentious November election, and the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic. It is clear that they are trying to do this in order to add pro-development statements that the public doesn't want, nor would next year's board likely support. In past updates, the staff has held workshops in every community from Tahoe to Topaz. This year, they are holding presentations only at the community center and only on 2 days. The first one only had 5 members of the public. That is not in the public interest. This, by the way, is still supposed to be the 20-year, that is 2016 update. Next year is scheduled to be the 25-year update. Those same 3 commissioners, having kicked the can down the road for years, now want to rush it through without adequate public input. It's shameful. Our master plan should reflect the residents' interests, not those of special interests or a couple of outgoing commissioners.
Next.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R, September 17, 2020, BOCC. I attended one of the master plan update sessions. We were provided goals with no examples of policy changes or proposed action items. At the very least, it would have been an opportunity to discuss the approach the consultant is taking and provide suggestions to have any changes to the policies and suggesting action items. I will be providing comprehensive comments up until the Planning Commission hearing on the master plan that is currently scheduled for October 20th at the Planning Commission. I propose a joint Planning Commission and BOCC master plan update meeting added to the approval timeline for this master plan, as every other joint meeting has been productive. The additional meeting conducted before the final BOCC approval could happen December 9th to 11th. I am and will continue to request that the consultant deadline be postponed until 2021. The restrictions of the public comment during and after the agenda items is impossible to provide meaningful comments during the meeting. Sending in comprehensive, detailed comments is another method, I understand. But no one knows if each and every board member actually reads them. And evidence at every meeting where comments are submitted, they never acknowledge that they have read our written comments. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last one received at 1 p.m.
I'm sorry, I had it muted. Go ahead, Natalie.
That is the last one that has been received. It came through at 1 p.m.
Okay. That's the last one. I'll bring it back to the board. And we'll look for approval of the agenda.
I'd move to approve today's agenda.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Nelson, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays, and the motion carries 5-0. And next, we'll be looking towards approval of the previous minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of August 6th, 2020, a regular meeting, and August 11th, 2020 joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Any additions or corrections for the minutes? I have one on page 50. I was quoting the district attorney as to what our rights and benefits were concerning the library and the library board, and I was misquoted in a letter to the editor today, and I would like to make sure that that quote is attributed to the district attorney as I was reading his words. So I want to make sure that that's clear on page 50 of the packet. And I think that can be taken care of by the district attorney. So are there any other corrections? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion for the regular August 6th minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the draft minutes of the August 6, 2020 regular meeting. And if there's no comments on August 11th, to approve those meeting minutes as well.
I'll second.
So a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. And the consent calendar. Any additions, corrections, or subtractions? Anyone wish to pull any item? All right, then we'll be looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar items A through N.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Nelson with a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, any nays? No nays. So we'll move on to the administrative calendar. And this is for presentation only. Item 1, update from the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Land Management, Carson City District Office of their activities in Douglas County. Mr. Colum, acting Carson City District Manager, and Kim Dow, acting Sierra Front Field Manager. Welcome. Ms. Dow, you're muted. Still.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah, fantastic. Thank you. All right. Ken was not able to join us. He's at a dentist appointment and it ran late. So I'll be covering some of the updates for BLM today. So, my name is Kim Dow. I'm the acting Sierra Front Field Manager. We haven't met with Douglas County for quite some time, and we wanted to reestablish our relationship with Douglas County first and foremost, and then also just let you know about a lot of the things that are going on in your county related to BLM. So first, to let you know that we do have Ken Colum as the acting district manager at the moment. He started his acting role in August at the same time that I started the acting role in the Sierra Front Field Manager position. Both of those vacancies are out for permanent filling, and we hope to have a permanent in place in both positions, the district manager as well as the Sierra Front field manager, in the next couple of months. So that's kind of where we are in our leadership updates, and we'll keep you informed of who those permanent folks are. And then just a few updates on some of the things going on in your county. So the 2020 wildland fires to date, we have had 13 fires so far for a total of 20,770 acres. For BLM, that was 6,571 acres, 7,268 acres of private. And then I can give a better breakdown if you all are interested. The biggest fire of interest, I think, to most people is the Numbers fire. And that fire, we do have an ESNR project, Emergency Stabilization and Rehabilitation Project, that will also incorporate the Monarch fire. And so this fall and winter, we plan to do quite a few things. We're going to post signs to protect cultural sites in the area. We're going to rebuild the Buena Suerte spring exclosure and protect a riparian area in spring with that exclosure. We'll do an aerial seeding of 1,800 acres in December. And then we're going to remove dirt and help the flow in the Pine Nut Creek in-channel debris basin. And so that project is to cut into a road bank on the BLM land and redirect the flow of water away from the road and the housing. And Douglas County is working with us on that project. That's just what we plan on doing this fall and winter. And then beyond this fall and winter, we'll focus on monitoring, weed control, and seedling planting. And then for fuels management, we have quite a few completed projects and future projects. All of these have the same purpose of reducing the potential for large-scale, high-severity wildland fire and provide for public and firefighter safety and protection of property and infrastructure. So our completed projects in 2019 and 2020, the BLM completed 1,696 acres of fuel treatments in Douglas County, and the primary focus was creating linear fuel breaks with mechanized equipment adjacent to the Pine Nut and Sunrise Pass areas. And this treatment was effective at holding the Numbers fire in check, preventing further spread across the road where there were multiple neighborhoods in harm's way. So we were pretty happy to see the success of that project. Future projects, and we already talked about the Numbers fire ESNR. In addition to that, in 2021, the BLM plans to mechanically treat an additional 457 acres in the Sunrise Pass Road Mineral Peak area in the Pine Nut Mountains. And in 2022, the BLM plans to mechanically treat 210 acres in the area of the Fay Luther Trail System in Alpine County, directly adjacent to a number of Douglas County residences along Foothill Road. So then moving on to our realty projects, we have quite a few realty projects going on in Douglas County. Most of you are probably familiar with our SNPLMA projects. We have 3 of them: the Bentley acquisition, the Van Sickle conservation easement, and the Dangberg conservation easement. The Bentley SNPLMA acquisition it's a long process because of the amount of acres, and we are hoping that we will get the appraisal soon, and then we will move forward with the acquisition. We anticipate being done with this project in the fall or winter of 2022. For Van Sickle and Dangberg, we just released our EA. That is now out for public comment, and public comments are due September 22nd. We've already received some public comments, all of them positive for these projects. But we do have until September 22nd for the public to provide additional comments. The Van Sickle conservation easement appraisal is anticipated to go out October 1st, 2020. And again, with the Dangberg conservation easement, the appraisal hopefully will go out October 1st, 2020. Then we have a few right-of-way projects, the Sediment Basin right-of-way at Johnson Lane and Stephanie Lane. That we are starting to process on October 1st of this year. We have the Knox excavating right-of-way project, which is at Sunrise Pass and Johnson Lane, that we anticipate being completed by January of 2021. We have the East Fork Fire Station that we hope will be done by the end of the calendar year. We're currently working on an environmental site assessment for that project. And then we have the Smelter Creek project, and this is not this has not yet started, but it is in the work plan for fiscal year 21, which of course starts in the next month. And then lastly, abandoned vehicles. Over the past couple of years, the Sierra Front Field Office has seen a substantial increase in abandoned vehicles on public lands, with over 86 abandoned vehicles documented since 2019. In Douglas County, 10 abandoned vehicles have been documented and removed since 2019. Most of these are vehicles that have expired or surrendered registration, and that makes it really difficult for us to locate the landowner and provide some accountability. And so the majority of these areas these vehicles are in areas frequented by the public, and they detract from the enjoyment of the public lands. It's been shown that as you have more abandoned vehicles that show up in an area, you also get more trash in the area, and the area becomes degraded. So we are trying to work diligently to remove abandoned vehicles as we find them. However, funding to remove abandoned vehicles is not included in our annual budget. So this is something that we attempt to take care of in a timely manner with the funding that we have. That is all of my updates. Are there any questions?
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ingles, go ahead.
Ms. Dow, have you been getting a lot of emails in regard to the Knox aggregate ditch?
Mm-hmm. You have been, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Were you saying you have been getting a lot of emails, or were you asking me if I've
we all have. I'm just wondering about your office.
I'm not aware of any emails that we've gotten. We anticipate having that done in January of 2021. And so that will be done through a CX, and that CX will be done by the end of the month. I'm not aware of any inquiries in my office regarding that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you're getting emails. If you want to redirect folks to me, I'd be happy to field those questions.
Oh, yes, a lot in opposition to it.
Okay. All right, we'd be happy to hear from the public on that. Thank you.
Well, you haven't heard yet.
Well, that's okay. I'm happy to hear public opinion.
And any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I just had one, Ms. Dow. You mentioned the East Fork Fire Station.
Yes.
Can you explain that or give me some more detail on it?
I might have to get back to you on that one. I'm sorry, I've only been in this position for a couple of months. What I know is that we have to do an environmental site assessment to build the East Fork Fire Station, and that we are hoping to be done by the end of the calendar year. Was there a specific question you were?
Well, I just wanted to know the location, and it's going to be built on BLM land. Is that correct? Yes,
that part is correct. I am not aware of the specific location, but I can get back to you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice, you have questions?
No, not that she can answer. She's the wrong bureau.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I did have another question. As you know, we have a wild horse issue in our county, and people are the wild horse advocates are wanting to have legislation and ordinance passed that it is against the law to feed wild animals. Can you tell us, does BLM have any kind of ordinance like that?
Yeah, our wild horse and burro policy is that it is indeed against our policy to draw wild horses into an area using feed or water that is not natural. So the Wild Horse and Burro Act that the BLM manages our wild horses under requires that the wild horses live in a natural and thriving condition, or thrive in a natural condition, which means that there's no supplemental feed or water. And so that is against our regulations to supplemental feed or water the horses.
What happens if somebody does do that? I mean, is there any kind of enforcement action you can take or we can take?
It's difficult if depending on where that is taking place. If it's taking place on private land, that's a lot more difficult to handle, but we try to work with the folks on that. If it's happening on public lands, that's a lot easier to deal with because, of course, that's just not something that's within our policy. But yeah, I am aware of I think the situation that you're referring to, and it is one where we need to work with the folks who are providing supplemental water and try to find a better path forward.
Would appreciate your help. Thank you.
When would you start working with those folks?
So I'm acting, which means I'm on a detail for 120 days. And it's my opinion that the work that needs to be done in that area needs to be handled with the person who's going to be permanently in this position, because I think that it needs to be on a trajectory that is going to be what the permanent field manager wants to do in that area and that they can implement successfully. So so it's something that I intend on transitioning with the permanent field manager when one is hired, which should be in the next couple of months.
You all change positions so often, we can't keep track of who's who.
I know. And we are
reading doesn't help us any.
I know. And we're committed to keeping you updated. I know it's been quite some time since we've met with you. And our commitment is that we hope to come to the county commissioner meetings on a regular basis and provide those updates and make sure that you have those permanent contacts.
It's only been 8 years since the last one.
That's unfortunate.
I do want to thank you for the fire efforts that you put forward. Those are important. And since 68% of the county is owned by the federal government in some manner, shape, or form, you have a large area to take care of. So we appreciate the help with the fire department, our fire department. Having said that, you mentioned 3 areas that I'm particularly interested in. The first 2 are the retention ponds above Johnson Lane and Stephanie Way. Mm-hmm. We're under a court order to get that done, and we've had a request into the BLM to get that done, as I understand it, from the manager. Can you tell me what the status is and when it would be done?
Yeah, that's the sediment basin on Johnson Lane and Stephanie Lane.
Yes.
Yeah, that way we will start processing that on October 1st. So that's basically our one of our high priorities for the next fiscal year. So the Douglas County Public Works met with BLM Carson City Realty staff to coordinate a third-party EA. And then that work will start on October 1st with that third-party EA consultant. And we still need to determine if it's best suited for a right-of-way or an RMPP patent. That can happen simultaneously as we work through the EA. But that is a contract that is estimated, or not estimated, it is required to start on October 1st.
And you realize that we're doing it on BLM land.
Yes.
Because it's flooded. The BLM land has allowed flooding to the Johnson and Stephanie Way areas. But we're actually doing what you need to do and funding it ourselves. So it seemed to me that you'd put more of a priority on getting it done sooner rather than later. Second, and more importantly right now, is the BIA Knox excavation. I don't know if you've read the EA, but the whole process was started in January of 2019. Nowhere in the EA or the Geological Survey or Knox's operation plan does it say we're going to notify Douglas County. And yet you all gave them a right of way from the operational plan area that they have down to the Sunrise Pass Road. And apparently you've given them operational approval till and Fremont or another road in an emergency. Is that correct?
I'm going to have to look into that. So my understanding is that it's still in the process, that we're working through a CX. So I am not aware that we have already issued a right of way, but I will look into that. And then that what our CX covers is that it's improvements to an existing road. and then the ability for them to maintain that existing road. That's my understanding of the project. I can look into it more though.
You have given Sunrise Pass Road, but they're also going to use Sunrise Pass Road as an emergency exit for them should they. I don't understand how you can have an emergency when you're digging sand and gravel, but nonetheless, that apparently would also require an easement from you or right-of-way passage or whatever you call it. And you said you're dealing with RS or some other organization?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I said a CX. I'm sorry. That's a categorical exclusion. It's a type of NEPA rather than an EA or an EIS. So that is my understanding. That's what we're doing right now, is working through that process of completing that categorical exclusion.
So are you telling me that they don't have authority to drive on that road right now?
It's an existing road. So if they...
No. They had to make a road from the mine to Sunrise Pass Road, which they did. It's only maybe 200 yards, but they said that they have a right-of-way from you to do that.
That might be an existing right-of-way from long before. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look into that. And it might be on BIA land versus BLM.
They said BLM, so.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take some notes on that and look into it so that we can provide more information at the next meeting.
Are you aware that they are using it now?
Well, I was told it's an existing road, so I did assume they were using it, but that it was already in existence. That's what I was told.
Okay. All right. And when do you plan to meet with us again?
We'd love to come to your next meeting if you all would like us to come back. We would love to be on the agenda regularly or show up during the public session and provide updates. Whatever schedule you guys would have us on, we would love to accommodate that.
Monthly would be great.
Monthly.
I'd say come to the next meeting, which is the 1st of October. And anybody got a different opinion? Commissioner Ingalls?
I think that's a good idea because there's a lot of big dust up going on out there. And there's a lot of if, ands, I don't know, maybe it goes here, over there. BLM doesn't seem to know. So we want to be kept abreast of what's going on out there.
Okay, we'll plan on being at the October 1st meeting, and because there are a few things that we have committed to getting back to you on. And then, if it works out to do monthly meetings from that point forward, we can do that. But whatever works best, but we'll plan on being at the October 1st meeting then.
Okay. And actually, this meeting was scheduled so that Mr. Cullum could be here. I didn't know they scheduled a dental appointment on top of it.
Well, the dental appointment was actually this morning, and it looks like something might have gone awry.
Yes, anyway, I won't comment on the dentist.
The computer in a dental office and have them get on Zoom.
I would love to.
Mr. Cates, can you add that to the agenda for the 1st of October?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll see that. See you again, Ms. Dow, on the 1st of October. Thank you for your presentation and appreciate you coming in, and hopefully we didn't make it too uncomfortable for you.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you for your update, and thank you for your participation. Any last comments from anybody? Okay, we'll move on then to item number 2. For presentation only, update on the display of the national motto, "In God We Trust," in the chambers of the Board of County Commissioners. The selected design is attached for review at an estimated price of $2,900.
Thank Mr. Gardner for his efforts. In the last couple of days, I've raised an additional $500, so we get closer and closer. Just a little background information. I met Ms. Jackie Sullivan at a NACO legislative conference in Washington, D.C., I think in mid-2019. And it was very interesting to talk to her and her efforts to have the national motto displayed in all municipal and county offices around the country. So that's where I got the bug to do this. I think it's very important that we do that, especially in these turbulent times. I think there's not very much else I can say other than the fact that I want to thank the board for their support and unanimous support in approving the resolution to put the national motto in the Valley Chambers, and I look forward to the unveiling of the motto sometime soon.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, you have comments you'd like to add?
Yes, if you don't mind, Chairman Penzel. I did type up some notes. They pretty much echo what Commissioner Walsh said, so if you don't mind bearing with me, I'll read them. I want to thank you for the opportunity of joining you today in this endeavor. And once again, thank Commissioner Walsh for bringing this forward and the opportunity to be involved with a fundraising effort to make this a reality. When I first met with Amy Poole several months ago, or a couple months ago, we talked about the need to raise $3,000 and had planned to start that process around October 1st. But as you know, there were other issues occurring within our county that would possibly detract from what we were doing. So I chose to delay that effort until the middle of August. Our goal was to complete the fundraising part of it by October 1st, and I think we're on track for doing that. It had been suggested by Commissioner Ingalls that we attempt to channel the fiscal part of this through the Carson Valley Arts Council, and I'm pleased that they endorsed this effort unanimously. As you've seen in your package today, I hope you would agree with me that we've chosen a very attractive, tasteful, and meaningful design. In addition to this process, it was noticed that our county logo was also not displayed within the board chambers. So that has been incorporated within this design. We've chosen option number 2 versus option number 1. The only difference between option number 2 and option number 1 was that option number 1 had the letters spelled out in gold versus silver. And because we're the silver state, we decided that the silver would be more appropriate. I should note that during my conversations with the Art Council, they suggested we display a placard of some sort on the lower wall describing the genesis of how "In God We Trust" became the national motto and the meaning behind the chosen design, which I thought was a great idea. So I'll be talking with you folks about incorporating that as well somehow. As Commissioner Walsh indicated, we've already got $15,000 or $1,500 towards that effort, and he's collected another $500, and I also have pledges in the neighborhood of another $500. So we're getting close to our goal. I will be mentioning this effort at the Republican Central Committee this evening. Hope to collect some funds there. And Alicia Main indicated that she would publicize it as well through the Chamber of Commerce. So I would expect no issues having the financial requirements wrapped up no later than October 1st so that we can proceed with the placement and hopefully public unveiling by perhaps November 1st. I would ask that if you as a commissioner, the 5 of you have made pledges and not fulfilled that yet, I would encourage you to do so through the Arts Council website, the cvartscouncil.com. I would note that the residual funds raised beyond the $3,000 will remain with the Arts Council for other art projects within the county, and that all donated funds are tax deductible. So I would welcome at this time any questions you might have of me, but I think we're right on track to accomplish this task.
Any questions?
Sir?
Dave, did you have a question? Okay. John? Oh, no? Okay. Okay, I thought I heard somebody say they had a question. Okay. If there are no questions, I want to thank Commissioner Walsh and Mr. Gardner for all the effort on this. It's a very worthwhile project, and I certainly personally support it. So thank you, gentlemen.
Well,
thank you.
Item number 3. for presentation only, presentation on the community grant program for FY 2020 to 21 and an update on the FY 2019 to 20 community program to include a presentation on reports received from prior year's grants participants. Ms. Wood.
Natalie Wood for the record. Good afternoon, commissioners. We have budgeted for the current fiscal year $155,000 for community grants. The application period is open. We have sent out a press release and information. That information is also in the packet and on our website. And the second part I have is to go over fiscal year 1920. Do you have any questions on the current fiscal year 2021 community grant program?
I thought that we were going to hold a decision on this depending on what happens with COVID-19.
I was not aware of that, but we can definitely receive applications and, make adjustments to the total amount. The approval will come back before you after the committee has reviewed it to make allocations. So we definitely have time to make changes, and that could come back before you guys and definitely will.
Okay, and the other part of this is it used to be that community development was running it. And are you running it now?
Social services has always been a player in that, and we are looking at getting someone from that team on it, and then finance is the other piece, but I will be leading the project this year.
Okay, and is the money for the community projects, is it coming out of the budget of the commissioners or coming out of the budget of the county manager?
It was budgeted, and I believe that is general services. So it's not the commissioners or county manager, but it's our general services budget.
Okay. Further questions, board members?
Okay. And then I have attached reports received so far from fiscal year 1920. We have 3 that I'm still working with that I'm going to get more reports to you later on, but for the most part, they're all closed out and we have reports received for those. Do you have any questions on what has been received so far?
Yeah, I do. Anybody else got a question first?
No, go ahead.
Well, it strikes me that we're making people dependent on the grants. And so I would like some kind of breakdown of, and you kind of approach that in your spreadsheet, I think, if I was reading it correctly. What percentage of their budget is the grant? And if it's getting smaller and smaller, well, then I think it probably should be continued. But if it's over 50% and they've been getting it for 10, 15 years, then I think we need to look at that. How do we fund that if it's a vital service that the county needs to support? Because we're doing that and it's not just a grant, it's an absolute necessity for them to operate. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, the report that you received is based on the total amount that we had to fund and how much they requested. It's not their budget percentage, but we could definitely look at the trends of who has applied in the past, how much they've applied, and compare it to their annual budget because they do provide their budget. So I can put that in the new breakdown. And then additionally, in the past, this had been addressed by the commissioners, and that's why we started doing annual contributions to a handful of organizations. So like the Dangberg Ranch, LTVA, there's a couple other ones, those are the ones I could recall off the top of my head. And those annual contributions we did budget for, and they go out in the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay. And I think the other column there I would add is how long we've been giving them grants. Okay.
I can definitely add that.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Wow. Ms. Wood, you got away well under 10 minutes. Well done.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It's a good thing you're getting on this early. Appreciate it. So we'll move on to item 4 for presentation only. Presentation of the monthly update to the Board of County Commissioners on the impacts of coronavirus on Douglas County, including major revenue sources, economic indicators, operations, and COVID-19 data. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give me 1 second here to pull this up in front of you. let's see here. Where's my share? Okay, I'll run through some of the numbers on our revenue. First of all, I would ask you to ignore the first page one I have on the screen here. I'm not sure what I did here, but I have two versions of this report when we uploaded it and did not catch that. So you can skip over page 306 and go to 307. What I would point out is room tax. Room tax numbers for July. This represents activity from May timeframe, April timeframe, because there's quite a bit of lag on that. But you can see it's recovered quite a bit from the last report. You can see the June numbers over here from room tax, where there was hardly any room tax at all, $272,000. Whereas July of this year, we had 1.1 million, which is still down 364,000 from the same time last year. So it's still significantly down, but it has improved substantially. Of course, these are all numbers from months prior. I've been told by various folks that July is going to be an extremely good month, particularly up at the lake. I've heard some predictions that July will be actually better than July of last year. Now, we won't see July numbers, so July activity, we won't see that as TOT collections until probably October before you'll see those. But it's certainly trending in the right direction. We've got a ways to go, but it looks like we've recovered quite a bit, which is really good news because that was the biggest area where we expected decreases. Don't have any updates on gas tax or PALS tax just because of the cycle of when we get distributions for that. C-tax is actually up compared to last year, but I don't think we had a lot of declines projected for that. I'll skip over the unemployment because I have some more current detail a little farther in this. Let me see, let me go down here and show you this detail. So unemployment claims continue to trend down. We're at 1,108 claims. That's as of the end of August. Although obviously still much higher than we were last year. And you can see this blue line here of what unemployment was last year. So still very elevated and high, but it's come down quite a bit. So again, heading in the right direction, not out of the woods, but definitely improving. And then you can see the monthly unemployment rates, and you got some bar charts there that show you that same trend. Housing sales, I know the last report we had, we noticed an uptick for July. That's settled down a little bit. It's decreased from July, although it is still ahead of where it was in August of last year. Building permits, again, it's kind of back and forth there. We had a slight decline from August, but nothing out of historical norms. Still actually is a pretty good year for 2020 overall in terms of number of permits. And then go on to some of this traffic data. I find this really interesting. Jan Vandermeed from the Visitors Authority has been compiling this information for traffic counts at various locations, and you can see the trend. Back in April, obviously there was a large gap between traffic in the current year compared to the prior year, but you can see that gap closing. So this is at Highway 50 at Lake Tahoe. This one's Highway 395 at Topaz. You can see that's still slightly less than last year, but almost fully recovered in terms of numbers. And I think anybody that's been driving down 395 in the south end of the county can certainly attest that there's a lot of cars on the road. Doesn't seem to be slacking off too much. Similar numbers for Highway 88 at the state line. We're pretty much fully recovered there. Well, I say fully recovered. We're almost as high as we were last year. Centerville, traffic is actually up higher than it was last year. Similar pattern for Kingsbury, Highway 88 near Centerville. So overall, you can see it's just a proxy for economic activity that, again, maybe not fully recovered, but we're getting back on track, which is kind of miraculous when you consider some of the restrictions that we still have on businesses. So that's very encouraging. We hope that trend continues. And as we get farther into, as we start getting data that's from this summer, that's a little more current, I think those trends are going to be looking pretty good. So cautiously optimistic, heading in the right direction. Those are all the things that I wanted to show you on economic data. I do have a little bit of information I want to share with you on COVID numbers. I did want to say that I had planned to put a little more information into this. Wasn't able to pull that together. We were working on a planned protest last weekend that you may have heard about. So they got diverted on that and didn't quite get some of the extra data that I was hoping to add, but I hope to improve this every month as we go along. Are there any questions on any of this before I move on to some COVID data?
All right, I have a question. Anybody else have a question?
I just wanted to say that, yeah, this looks a lot better than I had hoped for, Patrick. So I hope it keeps going this direction.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how resilient the economy is.
One of the comments I'd like to make is that up here at the lake, I was delighted to see that the numbers of hotel rooms rented and the TOT that was collected from that has rebounded significantly and looks very hopeful.
Mr. Ingles, did you want to make a comment?
Mr. Cates, it looks like we're doing better than the state.
Absolutely. Our revenue sources aren't quite as volatile.
Mr. Cates, I think we're going to see a downtrend for this coming month, the last part of August and first part of September because of the smoke. I think that will have probably a larger effect than even COVID-19. So while this is good, we're not completely through the issue, and I think we need to gird ourselves for things that are coming. I don't think we're completely out of the woods, so to speak, with that. And I'd be interested in your COVID-19 report. So without any further ado, unless Mr. Walsh has a comment, would you proceed to that?
Sure. Let me share my screen. Let's see here. Where is that? Here it is. Okay. Really the best source of information on the county is from Carson City Health and Human Services. So rather than reinvent the wheel, I just am referring to their website and the data that they're showing. I really like this chart here. It gives you a real clear indication of what's going on with cases in the county. So we have had a total of 277 confirmed cases in the county. That's since this started back in March. We currently have 16 active cases and 260 recovered, and we've had 1 death. And you can look at these, these are the pink line here are total cases. The green line are recovered cases. And then you can see the active cases, and it continues to be very low. We were at a high point back there in August, and that was actually, I believe, right before the protests. I actually thought we might see a spike from those protests. That did not materialize. We have continued to decline. We had a slight uptick towards the end of August, early September, but still trending in the right direction overall. And like I said, we currently stand at 16 cases. As I referred to earlier, we did have a peaceful protest that at the airport, and there were a lot of people there exercising their First Amendment rights. We are monitoring the situation. There's going to be a testing event on, I should have wrote that down. It's going to be on the 24th of September in the county, and we're going to put out a press release on that. And we're going to encourage people to keep doing the testing and monitoring to see how we're going. So we'll see what kind of impact we have from that. As I said, the other peaceful protest we had at the JLEC did not result in any increased case rates for our county.
Mr. Cates, let me interrupt you on that. Did OSHA come down and ask any questions on that BLM protest?
No, we were not contacted. To the best of my knowledge, nobody in the county was contacted by OSHA during the BLM protests.
And they did contact you after the last protest, is that correct?
That is correct. They talked to the library and they talked to my office. I'm sorry, not the library, pardon me, the airport.
And your office.
In my office, yes.
And do you have any understanding of where they're going with that?
I think they're looking at potential exposure of employees. That seemed to be the gist of their question, whether or not we had employees working the event. I don't believe we had any county employees working in the event. We did have the sheriff's office and East Fork Fire were providing public safety for the event. But other than that, we didn't have people in the county that were at the event.
Okay.
I should say not on county time. I don't know what people were doing on their own time, but we weren't staffing it.
Okay.
I did just want to share with you, I think that's the most important information right there, but I want to show you one other thing. And this is, I don't totally know what to make of it, but I want to share it with you and the public. Hang on just a second, let me get to the right thing here. Okay, hang on. Okay.
Incidentally, those gentlemen behind me in that picture, they're the Story County Board of County Commissioners.
Why can't I see that? Where is
this year's?
Yes.
Hang on this one.
You know, from looking at these stats, Patrick, while you're digging that out,
yeah,
this is purely anecdotal from what I get from reading the newspaper. There have been more motorcycle fatalities in Douglas County than coronavirus deaths.
Okay, so what I have here on the screen, these are the state criteria for counties that the state established that they're going to use or have been using to hold counties accountable for compliance with state directives. Basically, if a county hits two of these measures, they get on a watch list and they have to submit a plan. So far, we have not hit two of these measures at the same time. The first one is the average numbers of tests per day should be is less than 150. So the idea is they want us to test more. So if it's less than 150, that's bad. That's a ding against the county. The other one is a case rate greater than 200. And the third is a combination of a case rate greater than 50 and testing positivity rate of 7%. Those are the numbers that have been published by not the numbers, but the criteria published by the state that they're using. And they've been working with, Washoe County, Clark County, Elko County. I think Lyon County was on the watch list for a while. They might still be, actually. I don't recall, but so those are the criteria. And then you go to what the state actually publishes for data for the states. And this is the data that they publish. They have the total number of tests. Now, their criteria is supposed to be number of tests during a period of time, like a 2-week period. They have the number of people tested, but this is cumulative. Our cumulative positivity rate is 3.6%, which is below their criteria. But again, this is like a total aggregate. It's not a rolling 2 weeks average like they're supposed to, like they said their criteria is. And I guess my point in showing you this is the data they publish, but they don't seem to make readily available the data that lines up with these criteria. I have searched all over the state's websites looking for this information. I've spoken with emergency management and Carson City Health and Human Services, and it seems to be a little bit of mystery. Counties don't learn that they're how the state looks until they've tripped up these things, and then the state lets them know. So I just wanted to put it out here. These are the things that they are holding us accountable to, but it's not very transparent, or the information isn't readily available as far as how we're ranking. I am told that our big problem is, number one, we don't have enough testing. But so far, from what I've heard, we seem to be holding well with criteria 2 and 3. It's a little difficult for us to manage this when we're not given ready data to compare the criteria to our performance.
Mr. Cates, would you go back to your state criteria?
Yes. Let me put that back up. Okay. Yes, sir.
To a degree, I feel this is like fiddling with fire, because if we comment on this, they're going to come down harder on us. But the criteria that you showed for Douglas County.
Oh, gotcha. Mm-hmm. And I would just caveat everything I've said that I am not a public health professional. And if we wanted to dive more into these numbers and what's going on that front, I'm sure we could invite somebody from Carson City Health and Human Services at another meeting.
Well, if you look at this, since our population is 49,000, which is the highest I've ever seen our population. I don't know where they got that population number, but that's somebody decided to give us a lot of population, about 2,000 more than normal regulation or normal things that we've received. And then the death rate per 100,000 is 2, which means they doubled what it would be if our population were 100,000. They just forecasted. That's a forecast. It's not a death rate per 100,000. I don't get, how can they do that? It should actually have it, not increase it.
Right. So it's the one death, and if you double, 100,000 is doubling our population, so that's 2 deaths per 100,000.
Yeah, that's what you would forecast it. But the actual rate, if you doubled our population, is 0.5. It's not double the number of deaths. It's 1 death in the 100,000. So I think they're really trying to force us into something that we're not. And so, it might be good to have somebody come down and explain to us how they arrived at these numbers, the population number, and then the cases per 100,000. We haven't even had that many cases. They just double it all, if that's what they're doing.
Right.
Which is the reason that I'm protesting being in the Carson City thing. They've skewed our numbers. And it's all to somebody else's benefit. It's not to ours.
Yeah, I'll just point out, this is not numbers from Carson City Health and Human Services. These are from the state. And just as an example, so there are private companies that are doing testing. They separately report that data to the state. Carson City Health and Human Services reports their testing data to the state. So this isn't indicative of information from Carson City Health and Human Services. This is the state of Nevada compiling information from different sources, including Carson City Health and Human Services.
I wouldn't give them any kind of excuse for giving. I mean, never mind. I don't care.
It's all voodoo.
It's worse than voodoo.
It's nothing with the numbers.
Yeah. All right. Anybody got any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Patrick, when did you say the next testing is?
There is a testing event scheduled on September 24th.
And where does that take place?
I should have grabbed that information. Let me see here. Gosh darn it, where's it at?
While you're looking up those numbers, I noticed that most of the testing that we've had has been at the fire station in Indian Hills, and which is far away from our major population centers. Is there any reason for having it someplace where people are not apt to go just to be tested? And the second comment is, I was tested up here at Barton because I was having a minor procedure 2 weeks ago.
What was that again?
Say what? don't go there, Barry. I was being polite. Anyway, and I tested negative, and I want to know whose stats does that negative test show up on? I had done it, Barton up here at the lake. So my negative test showed for California.
That's what they say. What they say is it goes to the home that you are, where your home is, you know?
Correct.
So.
You know, that's a good point. My wife had an emergency procedure in Jackson Hole last week, and she had to be tested. So where does her test results go?
It's supposed to be where they reside, but there's a lot of question about how that's being handled. I don't know how that would work in a different state.
The only thing we get from California is smoke.
Ooh. A friend of mine is a paramedic in Mono, worked for Mono County, and they had a death from an accident, and that person was transported to Reno, and he tested positive, even though his death was a result of an accident, tested positive, and he showed up as a corona death in both Mono County as well as in Nevada. And he's a little concerned that the numbers might be getting a tad skewed.
No, you were right.
The first one.
I think there's a lot of manipulation and playing with the numbers to benefit somebody that's not us.
It's all about the money.
Yes. And I apologize. I'm having difficulty locating that announcement, but I'll find it. And if nothing else, I'll comment on it towards the end of the meeting. But we are going to put out some press on that as well.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for the county manager? All right. We'll move on to item number 6, because this last item was for presentation only. This one is for possible action. Discussion to adopt resolution 2020R-086 to increase the capital outlay budget of the Douglas County Water Fund 328-849- and there's no dash there, 562.000 from the capital reserves and approve the fiscal year 2020 to 21 capital improvements projects. Ms. Willoughby and Mr. Ricker.
Mr. Chairman, I think you skipped my item.
You skipped number 5.
Yes, I did. We've had so many presentations. Okay. So I'll read that into the record. Number 5, for presentation only, annual presentation and discussion on Douglas County's investment program and an economic market update by FTN Financial Main Street Advisors, Douglas County's contracted investment advisors. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. You guys can hear me. I have Rick Phillips on Zoom too. He is actually upstairs, so if he loses connection, I'll have him run downstairs and share the screen with me. But this is our annual update. I always love this update because I hope you guys learn something, but I always learn something from Rick's presentation too about our investments. I'm going to share the presentation and turn it over to Rick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rick Phillips for the record. It's great to be with you in this interesting year. As I was looking at the valley today with all the smoke, 2020 has been quite a year. Last year when I met with you last fall, we had the economy slowing nationwide and the Federal Reserve had cut interest rates 3 times. And of course, then 2020 with COVID hit really changed the game. Patrick, I really appreciated and found informative the local statistics. I'm going to talk more nationwide and globally that impacts interest rates. And just a reminder, interest rates are really influenced by how 2 main things, how growth is doing in the economy and how inflation is doing. And I always preface this, no one knows where the economy is going. I love this, a famous economist said, the only function of economic forecasting is to make astrology look respectable. And we adhere to that, of course. Kathy, you can go to the next slide. A couple of discussion themes. The economic activity seems to be shifting in a lower gear after this big rebound we had in this quarter. Will probably be slowing down now. Employment gains face a tougher road ahead. The flu season is coming where we see a second COVID wave or maybe a ripple. And quantitative easing. We've had a lot of questions from our clients, state and local governments. That's who we work with. All that money printing that the Fed has done, why hasn't it caused more inflation? Are we going to have lowflation ahead? And so the Fed's adopted this new inflation strategy where they're not going to raise interest rates as aggressively when inflation gets up to 2%. That's been their target in the past. And so I put a little snip on the right-hand side that this new strategy is not good for the county's investments. It's good news if you're planning to buy a home or stocks, or if you're wanting to refinance the county's debt or get a mortgage, but it's a challenge for short-term investment portfolios with interest rates back at zero-ish again. And then we'll touch a little bit on politics, how that might impact the markets with Trump's November 3rd win, but then potentially post-election day chaos due to mail-in. If you look right below that, you see the gross domestic product, real GDP, where I've circled in yellow. We had that minus 32% approximately on an annualized basis. And then you see this big rebound we're expecting to have with this quarter where we just have about 14 days to go or so, 13 days, a rebound of 21%. But then you see it slowing down, still solid growth. And then just right below that's consumer spending. You see how correlated those numbers are to GDP. We as consumers make up about 70% of the economy. So what consumers are doing, what jobs they have, what stimulus they have really has an impact on what the economy is doing. And then you just see down below, consumer price index. I put a red box around those. We've had low inflation. It's projected to go up somewhat next year to that 2% level. But the Fed said yesterday at their meeting, they're not planning to raise interest rates anytime soon, not even until 2023. And it was 7 years that they kept interest rates low during the great financial crisis just a few years ago. Next one, Kathy.
Oh, sorry.
So this chart, look, the New York Fed has a weekly economic index. They have a bunch of indicators, and it really ties into well with the year-over-year gross domestic product for the country. And you see on the left-hand side, the worst year-over-year GDP print during the Great Recession was minus almost 4%. We dramatically dropped down with the economy being shut down most nationwide in the first part of the year, rebounded a bunch, but it's looking we'll probably have a minus 6 or minus 5% year-over-year GDP. Next one. So this is what I mean where the economy is kind of shifting to a lower gear. This looks at consumer activity globally by countries, and you see the US in that kind of blue color. So just globally, we shut down and dramatic decline in economic activity with consumers globally. And we've rebounded sharply, but then it's kind of just been increasing slightly the last few months. And so, in fact, the US has been one of the lowest in the developed world on its economic activity compared to others. Next one. So as Patrick was talking about driving here locally, that was very interesting to see those statistics. On the left-hand side, here's the US estimated weekly gasoline demand, so kind of a proxy for miles driven. And you see we're averaging about 10,000 barrels a day of gasoline being used, and a dramatic decline of about 50%. And then we've rebounded and only down about 10% now, so really correlated well with the stats that Patrick was showing. On the right-hand side, I go back to 2004 and show gasoline prices. We had that big spike, of course, when oil hit about $150 a barrel back in 2008, and then the Great Recession pushed that down. And oil prices and gasoline dropped a bit this time. They weren't as high, and so they didn't have as far to drop. But it's been a help to the consumers having lower gasoline prices. Next one. But here's a challenge. So I flew up from Las Vegas last night, and the flight was on Southwest, and there you can't sit in the middle seat unless you're a family together. And so, but it was a pretty full flight. But when we used to have about 8 flights a day going from Las Vegas to Reno and back, there are only 3 flights now. So that's one of the reasons there. So this is showing the TSA checkpoint daily travelers through the US. And so we were averaging about 2.1 million, and obviously dropped down to 100,000. And it's rebounded, but then we kind of in flatline. And this is a daily, so it bounces around with business travelers like myself during the week versus on the weekend. And that big jump we had a few weeks ago, that was Labor Day travel, but we're still down about 35% of where we were before. So the airlines, actually, I was reading on the tape today about they're asking for some more bailout money. They have to keep their employees till October 1st, which is coming up very fast. And so just with airline travel not rebounding so much, we see that CNBC snip right in the middle, 3 to 5 years for domestic airlines to recover and 5 to 7 for international. They still have a long road to go there. Next one. But the consumer has really rebounded. Now, granted, Congress threw $3 trillion out into the economy. Never before had we seen that. And in fact, if you look at the Great Recession, this is retail sales, so kind of equating to our consolidated tax or taxable sales here in the state on a national basis. You know, on the bottom of the graph, there are 330 million or billion a month. It took 3.5 years during the Great Recession to recover. And it took 3 months for the consumer to get back to their spending. Again, with all that was thrown out and the extra unemployment benefits, well, a lot of that has run out. And so we see retail sales, my little snippet there in the top left, really declining the last few months. And so not a lot of movement being so close to election on another stimulus bill. We'll see, but consumers are kind of gearing down as well, it seems like. Next one. Here's employment gains face a tougher road ahead. These are the total of jobs in the U.S. They call them non-farm jobs, you know, the bulk of the workforce. So back, I started the graph in 1999, had about 131 million people working. The 9/11 recession took 49 months to recover those jobs. The Great Recession took 77 months nationwide, longer in Nevada. And so we see we lost 22 million jobs during March and particularly April of this year. We've rebounded, but only about 10 million of those jobs, so a little bit less than half. So we have a long ways to go, again, on employment, and that has such a big impact on the economy with consumers and how much they can spend. Next one. have a couple. So COVID slides. So Patrick was showing locally, here's nationwide. We see in the upper left daily cases. We were up near 70,000 per day. That's dropped pretty dramatically. It's actually down into the mid 30s now. Current hospitalizations, kind of two waves there, but a good trend happening there. Of course, the bottom left, we'd love to have 0 deaths on any day, but just that really dark time we had in particularly New York and New Jersey back in April and May with all those deaths, it's really dropped and kind of coming back down. One metric that we watch that a lot of the doctors and epidemiologists say is beneficial to see is hospitalizations as a percent of cases. The bottom right, we really see, we know how to treat this, we know who's more susceptible, and so that is very good to see. And then the next one, this just shows what's going on in the state. No problem, I'm going faster there. So we see Nevada particularly, following the national trend with our peak more end of July, early August, but coming down substantially well from a case standpoint. Next one. So quantitative easing, that's when the Fed will digitally print money, go out into the bond market and buy bonds to push interest rates down. This graph on the left shows the main central banks around the world, Bank of Japan, Australia, European Central Bank, and the Federal Reserve, what their balance sheets are, all those securities they own, and then the reserves that they have of the banks as a percent of the nation's GDP. So we see Japan as just from the great financial crisis off the charts, 135% approximately of their gross domestic product. Australia really jumped, European Central Bank, and we jumped. We're actually on the lower end of the big central banks, but people have thought, well, all this money printing we've done during the Great Recession, and then now, why hasn't it caused a lot of inflation? Our demographics are different, and so that's been one of the vexing problems that the Fed was wondering why that's not been the case with super low unemployment before COVID hit. We were nationwide around 3%, very, very low unemployment. But it wasn't causing wage inflation. A lot of technology enhancements and things like that have helped offset inflation. So that's been one of the big questions. And again, from the portfolio of the county standpoint, where will inflation go? It really correlates to interest rates. The next one. So this next page here shows the Fed's new inflation strategy. And again, not good for the county's investments because they plan to keep interest rates very low for a long time. And so Richard Clarida, the Fed's vice chair, gave a presentation on August 31st, just a few weeks ago, about their new framework. I'm just going to read the red. Said they're going to have now an average inflation targeting strategy where they used to have just a target, but now it's going to average over time. So they'll let inflation run a little higher before they would raise interest rates. And he said, we believe that forward guidance, that's when they tell what they're going to do in the future with Fed funds, and large scale asset purchases, that's all that quantitative easing in bond purchases, continue to be effective sources to support the economy as they keep the federal funds at zero, effective lower bound. And then I highlighted with an underline there, we're really glad to see this. We do not see a negative policy rate for their Fed funds rate as an attractive objective option in the US. They've looked at Europe, they've looked at Japan with negative interest rates. They see their growth and inflation and their economy is just not doing well. And so that's good to see that they do not want to adopt that. And I kind of chuckled at this. He said, our general view is that with credible forward guidance, and I put LOL, my thoughts, credible is kind of the key word there. The Fed's just so bad at forecasting their own interest rate. I'm not sure how credible the forward guidance is. And then lastly, they talk about yield curve caps, yield caps on treasuries they buy. If interest rates start to go up, that they would come into the market and buy more debt to keep interest rates low for longer. Next one. So I thought on this graph, just to give you a very long-term look at interest rates, Goldman Sachs and some other sources go back to almost when our country started, back to the 1780s, 90s there. And this is 10-year interest rates. And we see they kind of average between 4 and 6%. And so that huge spike we had in interest rates in the late 70s and 80s was due to the early baby boomers forming households and starting to do a lot of spending, that big percent of the population. And then we had the oil shock out of Iran that pushed oil higher and inflation. And so the Federal Reserve hiked interest rates. We had 21% prime rate, 14% mortgages at the time. And so now we see, we had the World War II low of interest rates. And then I was really hoping the great financial crisis would be our last low of interest rates, but then COVID pushed us to all-time lows. Next one. So here's just looking at Treasury yields 2 years out to 10 years. And let me just spotlight the 2 year, the upper left. It's 0.13% or 13 basis points. If someone wants to lend Uncle Sam money for 2 years, super low return. And then the bottom right, the 10 year, it's 0.7. So you get 7.7%, 70 basis points each year for 10 years. Incredibly low rates. Again, that's why mortgage rates are so low, and a great time to refinance, but not a good time to invest. Next one. So let's look at inflation. This is month over month inflation, and we see back in June, we had a large drop of 0.4%. You can just see, I go back to the 1990s, that was the lowest on this graph. I wanted more so to highlight. Then we had this big jump as the consumers came back in spending in July. There's data's a little lag. And so that was a 0.6. So that was the largest increase we'd had going back to the early 90s. So we'll see, hopefully, a little higher inflation. The Fed just never wants to see a deflation spiral. It's really damaging for the economy. And you want that Goldilocks kind of sweet spot around 2%. But you hit the next graph, Kathy. This is a very long-term look at inflation going back to the 60s. And again, we see that big spike in inflation in the 70s and 80s. That's when interest rates were so high. And that red line's the 2% target that the Fed's had recently. But the last 10 years, with all the money printing and stimulus they did, and as well as the economy was doing super low unemployment, we only had inflation above their target 10 months of the last 10 years. So that's why they've told the market, we're going to plan to keep interest rates lower for longer. In fact, Kathy, we'll skip this one for time. So I showed you this a year ago, and it was similar, although our rates were higher. These are Treasury rates around the world, and we can see all that red, these negative interest rates where the government will issue bonds at a negative rate, so you're going to lose money if you buy them unless the price goes up. But we see the U.S., we used to be down at the bottom, the highest rates, but of course this year when the Fed put our short-term rates to zero, our rates moved down. So this is that gravitational pull to keep our rates lower, just with Japan and Europe, those major economies keeping their rates very low and negative. So we just see this continuing on for a while. Next one. Here's the stock market. We, of course, with the county's money, don't invest in stocks per state statute, but stocks relate to bonds. And so you see the big decline we had, about a 35% decline during March when COVID hit. And then again, all the Fed's action and what Congress, that $3 trillion really spurred stock buying, where we've hit all-time highs recently. We did have about a 10% correction in the NASDAQ stocks, but there you see on put a little gold star there on a year-over-year basis, up about 50%. Next one. And just to compare, we actually had the fastest bear market. That's that dark blue line. And then the fastest recovery ever. And so here's three other big bear markets. The blue line, that's the .com 9/11 recession, where we lost about 50% in the stock market, but it took 928 days to happen. Ours took 34 days. And then we looked at the great financial crisis, the Great Recession, that took us down 56%, 517 days. And then the Great Depression, where it went down 47% in 58 days and then recovered, but then eventually went down 86% over the next few years. So thankfully, the Fed's learned a lot of lessons where their people agree with printing money and kicking that out. It does have a big impact on the markets. And the next one, looking here at the state, we created quite a few years ago this Nevada Economic Index. We have Nevada taxable sales, gaming revenue, and unemployment rate. The dark blue line's a 6-month moving average there, and then just the month-to-month is our lighter blue. And so we see during the Great Recession, our state was so hard hit. We lost about 50% looking at it from these metrics, and then really rebounded. And then, of course, we're the worst hit state from an employment standpoint. But we are starting to rebound. You can do the next one, Kathy. We see this is gaming revenue, somewhat related as Patrick was showing on room tax revenue. So, of course, with the casinos being shut down in April and May, we essentially went to zero revenue. And it's rebounded nicely. Still a long way to go, but nice to see that rebound. Not all the casinos I know are open statewide, so hopefully that will continue and probably much more next year, hopefully if we get a vaccine and people feel more comfortable about attending. But it is good to see those statistics. We love to come up to this area, and we were in Lake Tahoe last month, and there were quite a few people up there at the lake, so that was good to see. Next one. So this looks at taxable sales that consolidated on a year-over-year basis compared to the state. The last 3 years, well, actually the last, I think, 8 years, year-over-year basis, the county's been increasing. And even with all that's going on, ending fiscal year in June, we had a 2.5% increase for the county, where the state actually lost 1.9%. So good to see that the county outpaced the state. And then the next one looks at unemployment. Similar thing going back to the early 90s with Douglas County's unemployment rate. And so 18.8 was the peak for the county, where the state, I put down at the bottom, 30.1. State's currently at 14% and the county's at 7.9% as of July data. There's a lag. So that's good to see that the county is doing better than the state. Next one, I know it's cattle ranchers and stuff goes on in the county. I grew up in southeastern Idaho, and we had a cattle ranch and enjoyed that as well. And so just looking at cattle futures prices here, we had that big decline with COVID hitting, and it's rebounded, but certainly not all the way back up to where it was. And then also with gold, that's a different story. With all the money printing around the world and super low interest rates, people have found gold to be a store of value. And gold doesn't have a dividend or an interest rate, but bonds being so low and even negative yields around the world, gold doesn't have to compete as much with bonds anymore. So people want to have that. And obviously we see this huge increase in price of gold this last couple of years. Touching on the election, this group called Axios, a Democratic strategist group, warns of an apparent Trump election day landslide because they say more Republicans will vote in person, and then more Democrats will vote by mail-in. And we know from reading stories, it's taken 6 to 8 weeks in some primary elections in New Jersey and other parts of the nation to count those ballots. And so I do worry. I remember back 20 years ago with Gore and Bush and the hanging chads in Florida, what might happen and what might, we've had a lot of unrest around the country, and I worry what might be ahead. So hopefully it won't, but we'll see what'll happen. Next one. And
I will say though, right before, sorry, that we're not worried about Douglas County elections.
There you go. That's awesome. Our clerk treasurer. Very good.
We have Kathy Lewis.
She is Superwoman for sure. Yes. So not probably being surprised, you can actually, being from Nevada, you can bet on elections with this group called predictit.org. They're based out of New Zealand, but they actually have US operations. So this is just showing where, for example, if you wanted to pick the Democrats for Biden and Harris to win right now, you'd pay about $60 and then you'd get $100 if they win, and vice versa with Trump and Pence. And then another real interesting thing to watch is who will control the Senate. Of course, the Republicans have it now. That flipped about May and is a pretty tight kind of coin toss-ish right now. And so, lots certainly riding on this election for what's ahead. Now, just to give you an idea, Kathy, before you go, I don't have a slide on this, but Hillary Clinton, the last month of October, 4 years ago, she was about $80, so 80% probability of winning, and obviously we know what happened. So who knows? I should have added predicting elections is about the same as predicting the economy. All right, just to end up looking at the portfolio, about $91 million in the portfolio as the end of last July. We see in the top left in the pie chart, the bulk of it's made up of federal agencies like the Federal Home Loan Bank. Then we also have high quality corporations that have to be A-rated and above, and then some liquidity funds in the state's local government investment pool, LGIP. CP is commercial paper. And we look at the maturity distribution. We have that liquidity of about 35% on average in the portfolio. The objectives of the program, safety, liquidity, and then income. And then we ladder the portfolio out to match cash flow and increase the return. The bottom left, you see the balances there at the end of July, 91.6 million with a positive variance, meaning interest rates have gone down and bond prices have gone up. We're actually not that excited. We actually would like to have higher interest rates, as I alluded to earlier. But right now we're sitting with an unrealized gain of about 3.2 million on the portfolio. The bottom middle, you see the yield has dropped somewhat as interest rates have dropped in the economy. That will continue to be the case if the Fed does not raise rates, because we'll have maturities that we'll have to invest at these super low rates. And then we'll just go to the next one, end up on, or actually end up. So here's the compliance. I won't go into this, but we continually monitor compliance. We've never had anything out of compliance. And so we, according to state statute as well as the investment policy. Next one. So this shows the weighted average maturity. So if you took every bond in the portfolio and did a weighted average maturity, we've studied the cash flows of the county, and a lot of analysis we've done and reporting to Kathy. When we took over, the portfolio was a little shorter duration. We studied that, and the longer duration you can have, the more you're going to earn over time, but we want to make sure we have enough liquidity. So that's helped to benefit the county with increased interest, having a longer maturity portfolio, as interest rates will be dropping more in the portfolio with what the market's done. So we see in the bottom, this is looking at the yield of the portfolio as compared to the 0 to 5 year Treasury index, a good proxy for the portfolio, how we invest. And so we've been able to, with that longer duration strategy, make sure we have a higher income for the portfolio. And then we'll just end up on this last one, Kathy, showing the income over the last 3 fiscal years. This is just fiscal year to date. So if you look over on the right-hand side, it's fiscal year 18. We started with you guys about 3 years ago, about $1 million. And then with interest rates going up, the portfolio doubled its return over that time period. Unfortunately, we'll see this fiscal year that we're in with a little bit lower income just due to lower rates. With that, I'll love to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Starting with Commissioner Ingalls, please.
Yeah. Just a sidebar.
John, we lost you, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Rick, I went to college in Idaho, C of I. And so anyway, does the housing market have a lot of impact in the stats that you aggregate?
Mr. Ingalls, you cut out right at the first. Could you repeat that?
Does the housing market have a very big impact in the aggregate stats that you present?
The housing market makes up about 20-ish% of the economy, so it's a fairly large component. And as you probably know here, we get a lot of people moving here from other states with our lower tax rate and what's going on in California and such. And so I know housing prices have increased here as well as they have in Las Vegas. And so people do feel better about spending when their housing price, when their value is going up. People haven't, like the financial crisis, they leveraged, took second mortgages on their homes to fuel spending. That hasn't been the case this time. Banks have really clamped down on that. So, but it does have a psychological effect as well as somewhat, when more construction's going on. So it is material, but not the biggest part of the economy.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Rick, I have a basic economics question for you. You talk about and showed how inflation is under 2% and people are concerned about the value of a dollar. But I didn't see a slide on savings. has there been a consequent increase in savings?
Yes, savings, the great financial crisis really changed perspective of consumers. We've saved more. And then one thing that was really interesting, when all that stimulus went out with the $1,200 checks and the $600 extra unemployment, people saved a dramatic amount. I showed you spending charts, but savings were the highest in decades on savings. Now, just anecdotally, I've talked to people in Las Vegas where they've lost their job and they got that money and they said, well, I'm not paying my mortgage right now, but because I know I'm going to have to be paying that down the road. So I've saved up a lot of those benefits to help pay till I get a new job, for example. So I think somewhat of that savings increase is that mentality. And to me, that's a good thing to see, people looking ahead and just sort of spending. But we've definitely been increasing and then just had this huge bump with that $3 trillion going out.
Yeah, that's, I think, speaks to the velocity of the money. It's slowed down.
It does indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
No, you make a great point. Economics 101, when velocity of money slows down the economy, that's why I don't think we'll see super high inflation. And I think GDP growth is going to be muted after we get this big bounce in this quarter.
And then you made the comment that Douglas County's outpaced the state. But of course we have, absolutely. We lead the state, but also they don't have you as their financial manager. So we're bound to outpace the state.
Thank you.
And we don't have they don't have our treasurer.
That's the main reason right there.
Well, you got to say that. I don't have to say that. See, we're both elected officials. So
Indeed.
But she made a good hire, as did we with Patrick Cates. So I appreciate your overall view, and I think you're absolutely right. Juxtaposed to Patrick's presentation, it gives us a good feeling for where we are. I have believed from the beginning that we have managed our particular programs exceptionally well, because we don't have a single one that we haven't been able to accomplish right now. And we haven't had to lay off people, and we haven't had to cut everybody's expenses like the clerk treasurer's expenses. So we've been able to maintain some forward economic momentum, but it's been judicious. And I think that's because we're kind of watching every penny, but at the same time, understanding we have to accomplish things. What is your position on CARES funding? We have set aside $1 million to help our local businesses with their CARES issues, if you will, and lack of funding. Do you see that as helpful generally for the economy, or is that also an inflationary pressure?
I generally see it as not inflationary because it's replacing lost income. It's not adding to their income to stimulate. So people, businesses didn't spend as much for sure when they were worried were they going to be open and have to file bankruptcy. So businesses have probably been more cautious than consumers. And so I see it beneficial to the economy, but not necessarily as inflationary too much.
Too much. Okay.
Again, back on my earlier slides, we will see inflation go up a little bit, and there's talk of another stimulus. And I think a lot depends on who controls things after the election, on what we see next year. But just the current CARES Act, that was kicked out, the $3 trillion, we've seen a little bit of inflation, but again, that was such a big shock. But I showed you earlier, consumers and businesses are kind of gearing back down a little bit. So I don't see us getting above 3% inflation anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree. Other questions from the board members? Commissioner Ingles.
I'll give you all some sage financial advice. A guy once told me, you pays your money and you takes your chances. That's simple.
Yes, we do that by following those strict guidelines in the policy and state statute, though, Commissioner Ingles.
Well said. Any other questions, comments? Yeah.
I do, Commissioner Pinzall, I do want to point out for the public's sake and for your information, our investment policy and the investment reports that I report to you guys monthly, I do also put on our website. So, so any member of the public can see what our policy is, that we follow state statute. With Rick's guidance, we crafted that policy to follow state statute and to be, like he said, conservative with it. So that policy is on my website if anybody would like to review it.
Okay, great. Thank you. If there are no further questions, we want to thank Mr. Phillips for coming up here, and enjoy your flight back down. At least you won't be in the center seat.
How was the smoke coming in here?
You know, we were up here about a month ago. It's a lot worse than it was in last of August. It was quite something to watch. And, yep.
Are you getting smoke in Las Vegas?
So a few weeks ago, we had them from the SoCal fires, but nothing like this. So
interesting.
It's a favorite subject of mine. All right. Well, that will take care of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being
with us. And now we'll move on to item number 6. Everybody agree?
Mr. Chair, I need to take a 5-minute or 10-minute break.
Okay, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. How's that?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having a good time? Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Walsh, Mr. Cates. Commissioner Walsh. I suggest we go ahead and start. Commissioner Walsh is there. Any objections to doing that?
No.
All right. Let the record reflect that we're starting back up at 3 o'clock. We have Commissioner Walsh who will join us shortly. I'll read into the record this finance thing again. Number 6, for possible action, discussion to adopt resolution 2020R-086 to increase the capital outlay budget of the Douglas County Water Utility Fund 328-849-562-00.000 from the capital reserves and approve the fiscal year 2021 capital improvements project. Ms. Willoughby and Mr. Ricker.
Terry Willoughby for the record. I'll go ahead and start. As you recall, we did not include any capital projects in the adopted budget at the beginning of the fiscal year or back in May when we did the budget because of the uncertainties with COVID-19. We've since deemed that the water utility fund has not been substantially harmed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're recommending that the board approve the capital projects at this time. And I can share my screen and show you the list of those projects. So the projects that are highlighted here will be augmented through the capital reserves, and there is funding available for these projects. And any specific project questions you can ask Mr. Ricker for on those. The James Canyon water line upgrade, the Zeewood water distribution system improvements, and the water treatment plant program logic controller replacement. The West Valley water distribution will carry over. That's already in the budget. Mountain View tank rehabilitation is a new project. And Cave Rock Drive water line. Cave Rock water distribution improvements. Telemetry system upgrades for $50,000, Sierra Country Estates well number 2 upgrades, and Eagle Ridge for $240,000. So there is sufficient funding for the water utility fund to go ahead and with these projects. These are critical projects that were part of the rate study, and if you have specific project questions, Bill would be available to answer those.
Okay, do we have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Ingalls.
Phil, that Cave Rock project is a tough one from what I've been gathering.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Phil Rittker for the record. Can you repeat that question?
The Cave Rock project is a tough one from what I've been reading.
It is. It's so that project has actually been moving forward now in 2 phases. We actually just completed phase 1, which is what's shown there as project 19W02. There's some carryover into this next fiscal year of $100,000 on that project. That replaced the lower portion on Cave Rock Drive up through Winding Way. And it was sort of I'll call it the exploratory side of it, because you're dealing with a lot of bedrock and hard rock up there. So it was not clear whether how difficult this replacement project would be in the drive. It actually went very well. That project moved along at a very aggressive pace this winter or this year, and within the construction season we were able to get that completed. As a matter of fact, they just wrapped. They're in the process of completing that at this point. The next project is going to be handled under a CMAR, a construction manager at risk. We've initiated that project, which is what the next phase of funding is for. And that is actually in the course of 2 to 3 construction seasons, we will be completing 100% of the rest of the Cave Rock water line system up there in distribution. Included in that project is going to be an upgrade to the treatment facility as well, adding a redundant processing skid. But it is a difficult project because for a number of reasons. One is the obviously within TRPA we have a limited construction cycle and dig cycle, so we're coordinating with the contractors right now to do to schedule the in-ground work during the approved time frame, and then continue progress on those system improvements in the winter months with the internal treatment facility work. So it's again, I think moving along at a very good pace.
Further questions? And for the record, it should be noted that Commissioner Walsh has joined us. No further questions? Mr. Ricker, part of this is spreading the pain throughout the balance of the valley water receivers, EDUs. Can you give me an idea of how much of this capital improvement, these projects is going to be done up at the lake versus down in the valley?
Again, Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works for the record. If you recall from the rate study, there was a significant imbalance in terms of where capital needs were in the overall county water system, with I think roughly 70% of it at the lake, which is why in the rates we incorporated in a CIP surcharge on all the lake ratepayers to
of $20, right?
Excuse me?
Of $20, right?
$20 per month, but there's no what do you call it, sunset on that, so they continue to pay into that at that rate for
but there's very few ratepayers and there's lots of money being spent. Now I'm asking, do you have any idea what that out of the 4 million, how much of that is being spent up at the lake? Can you hear me?
I do not know. I mean, as I said, I think it's roughly 75%.
One of the criticisms we got is that we weren't supporting the lake. And I'd like to be able to say, well, here's $3 million worth of support. So I think it's important. Where's the Mountain View water tank? It's in Mountain View. Where's that?
The Mountain View water tank is that is the tank out off of Stephanie down here in the valley. It is it's an aging tank that has some corrosion issues and potential leak issues that we are assessing right now, and we'll be relining that tank to add to its life expectancy. We have a maintenance program on all of our storage tanks. They are on a routine maintenance. We actually bring in divers, and those tanks are inspected and repaired. This one in particular needs to have the tank be relined. So we're looking at a program to do that.
Is that the tank that's out in BLM land, or is it the tank up on the mountain?
It is the tank up on the mountain. The one out on the BLM land is the Skyline tank.
How did that get named Skyline?
After the Skyline Ranch development that's out there. So they, I think that's just the name that the utility gave to the tank that's directly above that development.
Have you done a cost benefit analysis of redoing that tank, the Mountain View tank? It's a small tank, and it's just augmenting the current flows. what is the value of that tank?
Well, it's not as much that it's augmenting the current flows. It's also providing the pressure zone for those higher elevation properties up there at the end of Stephanie, and so the higher elevation properties in the Johnson Lane area. Without those properties wouldn't have sufficient water pressure.
Okay.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, there are complete descriptions in your packet with each project and the schedule for it, and a description of each project is included in your packet, just for your information.
Right. I got that. All right. Further questions? Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Richter, actually, this is not a question. I just want to say that I get a lot of emails, and not all of them are complimentary to the county. But the ones regarding the water work that is being done up in Cave Rock, they are delighted with the quality of the work going in, and the fact that the county is finally resolving some of their problems up there. I want to thank you for helping me get some positive email.
I wouldn't know what that looks like.
You're very welcome. Not that that's why we're doing projects. There is the Cave Rock area, by the way, has a long history of leaks and damage, and it will represent a significant operation efficiency and cost reduction in terms of operational costs after that is completed.
I just have a comment, if I could. Phil, first of all, I think you ought to be commended for keeping on top of all this this upgrades and repair work. But like Wes just mentioned, he's getting some positive emails, and that's great. Do you plan any kind of press releases from the county saying this is what we're doing for the folks?
I was not. I was not, but we can take that under consideration with the county manager and our public relations officer.
I think that'd be a good idea. Thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none. Is there a motion being entertained by any commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move we adopt resolution 2020-R-086 and approve the capital improvement plan as presented.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Then we'll move on to item number 7 for possible action. Discussion on adoption of resolution 2020-R-087, amending residential, commercial, and transfer station collection service rates for Douglas Disposal Incorporated. Resolution 2020-R-087 does not propose to increase the current rates, but will add a new voluntary category of service and rate for residential animal-resistant 90-gallon tote service. All proposed rates in this resolution are under the franchise agreement with Douglas Disposal Incorporated and will become effective October 1, 2020. Mr. Ricker.
Commissioners, thank you. Philip Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. I think the introduction and title sort of speak to this. The current rates that you're operating under were approved last year in the June timeframe, and I will let some people from Douglas Disposal speak to this, but they are proposing to maintain the existing rates and not increase those in this fiscal year. And really, this is strictly being brought forward to add a bear resistant or animal resistant 90-gallon tote service for down here in the valley, which is I will tell you, for full disclosure, is something that I will be subscribing to as soon as it's been approved by this board. So What I've got the representatives from Douglas Disposal on the line, and I'd like them to be able to address some of the issues or some comments to this board regarding the rates and holding those rates, as well as any questions you have on these animal resistant totes.
All right. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Any animal resistant questions? Any questions on a 90-gallon tote? Any laudable words for Mr. Ricker because he's going to buy one? No, I don't see anything. I don't know that there are any questions.
Well, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Ingles.
We've had a bear down here in the area munching on apples, pears, peaches, and amalgamation of other stuff that people have had a pretty good crop this season. And I had one complaint about how this guy was holding his lid down on this container, and it was using a bungee cord. Well, that's not going to keep a bear out. So to have this option is a good idea. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman, did you want to make any comments?
No, we have no comments. I think Phil has put it out there in front of you, what we're requesting, and I think we'll give it back to the board here and let you make your decision.
All right. Well, let's be good for Mr. Ricker. All right. Any other comments from folks? Seeing none, be looking for a motion. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move to adopt resolution 2020R-087, which adds voluntary animal resistant tote service and maintains all other trash service rates at the currently approved rates set by the previous resolution 2019R-014 as presented.
Second.
Second.
Sounds like Mr. Nelson made a motion and it was seconded by Mr. Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Ricker. Go Barrett.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 8 for possible action. Discussion on an application by Bentley Enterprises and Michael E. Pegram to abandon approximately 3,409 square feet of public roadway right-of-way adjacent to 3 separate parcels located along Water Street in Minden. The subject parcels are located on APNs 1320-29-401-023, 1320-29-401-024, 1320-29-401-025, DP 20-0139. Mr. Hutchings, any more numbers you want to give me to read?
No, that'll do it, Mr. Chairman. I think that's it. And I'll just jump in. So Jeremy Hutchings, Douglas County Engineer for the record. And yeah, it's DP 20-0139, abandonment of a portion of the right-of-way on Water Street. Hopefully you can see my screen that I'm sharing here.
Yes.
And I'm going to flip over. So here's we're near the corner of Buckeye and 395 on Water Street, though. The old wool building, for reference, is right here. And the old car building that I think they've taken away by now is right here. So it's 3 parcels. Bentley Enterprises and Mike Pegram are petitioning for the abandonment. Generally is showing the area that we're proposed, or the applicants are proposing for the abandonment. Totals about 3,400 square feet. And so this perspective picture gives you an idea of the area we're talking about. It's basically from behind the walk to the site side. That's pretty typical, and it continues down, but this just gives you an idea. Here's the wool building over here on the left. So I'm standing near Buckeye when I'm taking this picture. So it's this landscape strip. This has been approved by the town. I believe it was the July meeting. then that gives you an idea of what we're talking about is they're requesting to abandon. So here's where things get a little bit tricky, guys. If you can just kind of bear with me. This is the strip again. It's got this multiple color codes for a reason. And the reason goes back to the 1980s. The Water Street, or at least a portion of Water Street, right away was acquired by the county. It looks like that we paid for it. So when that happens, if the applicant wants to reacquire something that the county's bought, you either have to pay or they can show the value to the county of abandoning that right away. So it's a mixed bag here. The yellow shade, I was able to research and determine that for sure this was acquired by the county. It's about 416 feet, and it's right down at the end of Water Street where they kind of did some improvements there to the turnaround where it transitions into the CBI parking lot. The cyan area is also confirmed to have been purchased by the county. It's about another 351 square feet. The orange area was actually dedicated, as well as the green area is dedicated. So we don't need to, or the applicant doesn't need to show value for that since it was dedicated originally. There was some question to this blue area. I wasn't able to determine definitively that it was acquired. So I have to say that I believe, in my opinion, that it was dedicated. And so I excluded that from the next slide that's going to talk about the financial impact and the value. So the applicant, rather than just paying outright for the value of the about 767 square feet, has come up with a value to maintain that landscaping. But let's first talk about how the value was established. In 1984, and you'll see in your staff report, the casino owner at the time, I think was Mulroney, had purchased some right away back along Water Street. And at that time, the value is assessed at $3.42 a square foot in 1984 dollars. So applying an average inflation rate of 2.57%, you get a value for the current value of this figure of $6,543.61. The applicants had a landscape architect prepare an estimate for the annual cost of this landscape area on a square foot basis. And for maintaining the 767 square feet, she estimated about $728.88 a year. That includes watering and maintaining it and also replacing shrub. So if you take that into account, the county would recoup the value of the land in less than 10 years if they were to maintain ownership and have to maintain the landscaping. So for abandonments, the finding is if the governing body is satisfied that no public will be materially injured by the proposed vacation, it shall order the street or easement vacated. So in my opinion, they meet that requirement based on the value and the estimate from the landscape architect. So kind of wrapping up the presentation, and then I'll flip back to the site plan so you can see that again. But the town of Minden has been presented the project and they approve of the abandonment in July. To date, to my knowledge, there's been no public comment received. It's kind of an isolated area. The only real adjacent owner is Mr. Pegram owns another piece that the CBI sets on. So we're recommending approval of DP 200139. And I think you have my staff report. If you have any other specific questions, I'm happy to answer. Meanwhile, I'll flip back to the slide if you want to see the overall site plan again. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? When I was reading through that, it was confusing as to who owned what and how you could prove that the county didn't own it to begin with.
Yeah, so if you think you're confused, you should have been with me trying to research this, Mr. Commissioner. You had to do a lot of research, historical research. And in fact, this came up from Cynthia Gregory in our DA's office, who had a recollection of a previous amendment request by the casino where the lawyer for the town at the time, George Keel, said, hey, that got purchased back in 1984. So I had to go back through the records, and we're able to locate it. It is in your staff report, some documentation there about the transfer of the ownership of that land. And it does go back to some prehistorical documents. When you look at this exhibit, you're kind of looking at a really old parcel map here, and the original some of the original right away that was purchased was actually part of, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it's I think this is 8th Street, and this might have been 7th Street or something like that was supposed to have continued forward, but then eventually got bought out and abandoned. So there's a lot of historical research and looking at old dusty legal descriptions and trying to determine who paid what. We didn't, but we did. I think I'm confident that this yellow area was purchased and this cyan area was purchased, and these two areas were dedicated. The real only thing I wasn't 100% on was this blue area. It sort of jumped from one map to the next where it just suddenly appeared as right away. So I believe it was dedicated, but it did take a lot of research to try to prove that.
And so this will just be transferred to the county at no cost.
Yeah, the county won't be paying for this, and there won't be any actual money changed hands if you're satisfied with the calculations on this slide, where originally when the casino was purchasing back some right away, they had established through appraisal, I believe, a value of $3.42 per square foot for the land. Mm-hmm. But at that time, it wasn't landscaping. They were getting back room for the road. In this case, it doesn't really hurt us to relinquish the right-of-way because this landscape strip is behind, that they're talking about is behind the existing sidewalk. They're not asking for any relinquishment of any easements. So you can see some utilities here and some overhead. Those easements will still be in place. It's just literally just moving this boundary over to kind of follow the back of the walk. That's all it's really requesting.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Hutchins, was the surveying done in error, or how did this come about? Do you have any idea?
No, it wasn't done. It was kind of horse trading back in the day, Commissioner Engels. So the county purchased originally the right-of-way along Water Street. So there's a number of different I guess you could call them deals or negotiations back around the 80s that the land kind of swapped back and forth. And eventually Bentley on his piece had actually dedicated right away down in this area. So you can see here across from the JLEC building, they have some parking. He actually dedicated some land that included the planter back in this area. So it's a combination of horse trading with the casino owner at the time, with the county, and also some dedication by the applicant when he was doing other developments in the area. It's a real mixed bag. It wasn't just one deal. It was a number of different deals over a number of different years. So it was not this isn't a survey era. And the town was asking, actually, when the original project was proposed, it was for Bentley to gain a little bit more land area so they could add some parking down here, which is actually much needed in this area. They didn't quite have enough parking, and when presented to the town requested that the applicant approach Mr. Pegram to see if he could be part of the application to just make it clear who's maintaining what. So that maintenance delineation of sidewalk just makes a nice clear line for the town's staff as well. And I think that's part of their reason for approving the project.
Thank you.
I haven't found any survey errors to answer your question.
Okay. Further questions? Okay. Mr. Rice, you have a question? No? Okay. All right. Well, if there are no questions, then we'd be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. I move approval of the abandonment of a portion of the existing right-of-way along Water Street as proposed under application number DP 20-0 0139 for APNs 1320-29-401-023, 1320-29-401-024, and 1320-29-401-025, based on the ability to make the required finding that the public will not be materially injured by this action, staff report, and public comment.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. And the motion carries 5-0.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. And in 20 years, they'll be looking at what did they do? All right. Number 9 for possible action. Discussion on possible approval of an agreement between Douglas County and Knox Excavating Incorporated regarding the mitigation of offsite impacts and the maintenance of Johnson Lane from proposed Painted Rock Mine currently undergoing review by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Mr. Cates, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a continuation of discussion that was had by the board at our last meeting. We were discussing possible terms with Knox Excavating in the county to provide some mitigation of the impacts from the Painted Rock Mine. I'm happy to report that we were able to come to terms. Commissioner Nelson and I worked with Tom Dallaire and Doug Ritchie specifically, who spent a lot of time with representatives from Knox in order to reach this agreement. It was not easy because it also involves the family that owns the BIA trust land in question. So there was quite a bit of back and forth. In fact, there was even some changes to the agreement that were done this morning as well. So the agreement itself was provided to all of the commissioners earlier today. We also uploaded it as supplemental material for the public. And just very briefly, what was discussed at the last meeting, general terms of the agreement would be to establish a fund from the sale of materials that would be used for maintenance and reconstruction of Johnson Lane. It includes provisions for drainage improvements, as well as some conditions around dust controls and sound mitigation on site. The one thing that I would say, I want to make sure is real clear. I know the commissioners understand this, but just for the record and the public, based on some of the discussions I've seen on social media, I'm not sure that everybody fully understands that the Painted Rock Mine is on BIA land and the county does not have any authority to approve the project or to condition the project. This agreement is a voluntary agreement, and it does address some of our mitigation concerns. It probably doesn't address everybody's concerns in the community, but I think it's a reasonable agreement. The only other option we have to try to get those concerns addressed is part of our next agenda item, which would be to provide public comment to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And it would be entirely up to them whether they would take any of those comments under advisement and place any conditions on the permit for this project. I think we are less likely to be successful with that route than the voluntary agreement that we've been able to negotiate and present to you today. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to, I don't know if Doug Ritchie wants to cover this or Tom, but maybe kind of summarize the provisions in the current agreement as drafted.
Mr. Ritchie, why don't you take over? So you composed it, so you know what it says.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Based on the feedback from the commissioners, and particularly thank you, Commissioner Nelson, he brought up some great points that we raised with Knox Excavation. We worked with Mr. Maxwell and his attorney. As previously discussed in the earlier agenda item, the idea was to impose a maintenance fee to help maintain Johnson Lane. They agreed to basically front load the revenues. So for the first 5 years, there'll be a maintenance fee of roughly 0.5% of the gross materials taken from the mine site. After that, it will go down. So basically, we're trying to front load the amount of money that's available for the maintenance of Johnson Lane. There was a number of issues that were raised, including dust measures, dust mitigation, sound. Some of the key points, Knox Excavation agreed to improve the road leading to Johnson Lane so that to mitigate dust, mud, dirt, and debris that may be deposited on Johnson Lane, to install earthen berms and noise control measures consistent with the Mine Safety and Health Administration at sole cost. Also agreed to install noise mitigation measures, as well as to limit its operations from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So there'll be no Sunday operations.
Mr. Ritchie, the last 3 points that you made are all at the mining site. The berm and the noise, and that's all at the mining site. It's not on any part of the road. Let's make that clear, right?
That's correct. Obviously, once you're on the road, our normal if they're causing dust, if there's debris coming off the trucks, things like that, that would be a normal traffic enforcement, like there is for, like, say, Bing's trucks, or the item we just had, Douglas Disposal, if their trucks are causing problems on the public roadways. I wanted to give you an example of so I've got multiple files open right now. For instance, operations including going onto Johnson Lane are restricted to, as I said, from 7 to 5:30. In comparison, the county code allows mining type operations and trucks from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And in Bing's case, they're able to open at 6 a.m. So Knox has voluntarily agreed to significantly reduce their hours of operations and consequently their truck trips on the road. I think that covers the main points. I did want to point out that there was a discussion with the BLM regarding the permits for Knox. They provided to me a copy of the permit that was issued to them. It was signed by Greg Helseth with BLM on, looks like July 15th. And the difference is they can go on the road. They have a temporary permit to go on the road and maintain it until what's called a categorical exclusion determination is made by BLM. So hopefully that clears up the issue regarding their use of the road and the existing permit. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Ritchie, one thing I would like for you to emphasize and stress. I've received several emails, some people accusing Douglas County of backdooring this quarry after the failure of the last quarry. And even though the commission outlawed mining in that area, how do we emphasize to these people that, number one, Douglas County had nothing to do with this? and that we were left out of the loop until it was actually operating. How do we get around people's suspicion that we did something nefarious here?
Chairman, if I may, Doug Ritchie again with the District Attorney's Office. Look at all the records. Mr. Maxwell's here. I'm sure he will confirm this, but the mine site is located on BIA land. It's federally owned. The access to the mine site is through BLM land, Bureau of Land Management lands. If you look at the paperwork, a number of different agencies were consulted. Douglas County was not on that list. Basically, Douglas County found out on our own about the project. Mr. Maxwell came to us voluntarily to in good faith, say, look, this is what I'm trying to do. I want to work with the county to maintain this road that's going to be used. There is no requirement that he do so. And the county, as you mentioned, has no jurisdiction on federal lands. In fact, we had discussions with the regional office of BIA. They made it clear that they had a fiduciary duty to maximize the benefit of the land for the benefit of the tribal members of the Latis. And the federal government doesn't need the county's permission. Short answer.
Yeah, and John Maxwell here with Knox Excavating. I just want to thank everybody for working through this agreement. Everything Doug just said is true. There was no reason to bring this to the county until we were to a point that it was a reality. And that's once that became a reality, I introduced the idea of providing this fund to county staff, and that was nearly 2 months ago. So that hopefully that answers any of those questions or concerns. I don't know what else to say.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Question for the district attorney. Under the county's covenants, on page 4, item 3B, it says county agrees to spend the funds it receives from the operator on the maintenance of Johnson Lane and those portions of Sunrise Pass Road where the county has a right of way. There will be no obligation by the county under this agreement to improve any road beyond its condition at the time this agreement is entered. I think, as we all know, that Johnson Lane is scheduled to be reconstructed next year. I don't know how that impacts that. I mean, if there's any damage to the reconstructed road, are we required to repair it? Or is it just going to go back to the way the road is today?
Chairman, if I may.
Sure. You got Mr. Erb there. You want him to answer?
Well, I can tell you the language is intended to give the county no obligation, but the right to improve the road. So whatever condition it is in currently, the county will maintain it with the funds that are being provided. But we're not required, the county is not required to improve it beyond its current condition. The hope, of course, is that with the additional funds, that the road's condition will be improved. And again, I'll defer to John Erb, but at some point within the next 10, 20 years, the road will be reconstructed, which will obviously it will be at 100%. But just to clarify, the intent of that provision is the county has the duty to only maintain the road in its current condition. But if we want to, we can make the road better, and hopefully we will with the funds that will be made available.
I think the question is, why would that even be there? Well, who said that should be in there, that one line on the current that you're talking about?
Well, if I may, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office, I'll mea culpa, I put it in there. I want to make clear that although we're receiving this money, we're not the county is not incurring any obligation to do more than what we're already doing. We're not.
Why would that even be a consideration? They're not paying us anymore.
Well, someone could argue that now that we're receiving this money, you got to bring it up to a standard that I find acceptable. And instead, I'm saying, look, the road is, whatever the current condition of the road is, we will continue to maintain it that way. However, with that extra money, hopefully we will maintain it and improve it. In other words, it establishes a base, but it doesn't require the county to do more than what's already being done on that road.
I don't think this is a good statement that's there. I think it's a limitation on the county. You know, if the RTC approved the money for rebuilding the road for next year, and the county rebuilds that road, then that is the current condition. But it's improved above what the current condition is at the time we sign this agreement. So if I understand what you said correctly, that means that we don't have to do that. And Knox doesn't have to participate in it. That's wrong. If we rebuild that road, that's an improved condition. They should accept that. And if they damage it, they should pay for it.
My point.
So I don't understand why you'd put a limit on us. Our own lawyer putting a limit on us. The limit ought to be on Knox. No,
Chairman,
if you damage it beyond what we improve it to, you got to restore it. It'd be my way. Well, John, Mr. Erb, where are we in this process?
For the record, John Erb. So the project you're talking about is we're going to reconstruct the road from Haybarn Road to Dickey Lane through the industrial park section where the former utility trenches that were put in about 8 to 10 years ago are starting to fail on us. So that's the section of road we're rebuilding. That project is about 90% complete in design, and we plan on advertising that project. We set a schedule yesterday for advertising it in January.
Yeah. Okay. So gets beat up, it gets beat up. Now we have two sections of it, one that's improved and one that's not improved.
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Whatever the current status is, let's say if a perfect brand new road is 100 and the road is currently, say, 70, this agreement obligates us to only maintain it to 70. If we want to maintain it at a higher level, we have that freedom. The money that this agreement is going to provide to the county, we can use however we want as long as it's on Johnson Lane. And if we want to your point, if you want to resurface the entire thing, we can. This is designed to be front loaded, but it's going to take time to build up a sufficient reserve to reconstruct the road. But if the county wants to use its own money in addition to the money that's going to be provided by Knox to resurface this road tomorrow, the county is free to do that. I was only intending to say we have no obligation except for to maintain it as it currently is. And we understand, hopefully, that we're going to improve that condition. But it's our option, not our obligation to do so.
Okay, any further comments from anybody on that?
I have just a question.
Please, go ahead.
Maybe a comment. Doug, I've received some comments that in some of the material, and I didn't see it, but in some of the material, the county or I guess the county refers to Johnson Lane as an industrial road. And of course, we don't have a classification for industrial road. Can you explain, just for the record, how Johnson Lane was built and what we've tested so far to to see that it's built or currently up to the current standards.
Commissioner Vice Chairman Walsh, if, may I defer to the engineers on that question?
Absolutely.
John, for the record, so the project we're doing next year took into account the traffic volumes due to the Starbucks trucks and all the existing traffic. I believe it was 2.4 million equivalent single axle loadings that we designed for. So the pavement section came out to be about 7 inches on 9 inches of base. So it's a pretty substantial section. I expect the gravel trucks they're going to be required to be a legal load limit just like any other truck because they're going to be accessing our road as well as state highway. So I'm not sure exactly what your question was, but as far as the core samples that we took out there for this project of the existing pavement were anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of plant mix with fabric in between some of the layers.
So it was initially built by NDOT, you said, the road from Highway 395 to the end?
I cannot confirm that. I'll have to look up the information on who built the road. At one time it did have a state route number, and I know at the end of the road there was a BLM pit that NDOT used for a while for construction of 395, but who built the road, that will be something I'll have to research for you.
Okay, and as far as the classification as an industrial road,
it's John, for the record, it is classified as a collector road.
and
There is no classification for industrial road, so it's a collector.
Thank you.
I did look up that, Chairman Walsh, I did look up that classification, and it extends from 395 to Fremont Street. I believe it was Fremont Street.
What classification are you talking about?
That major collector.
Okay. Other questions? I have a couple, John. At what point did the state take away the designation of 209?
That I don't know the answer to that.
I have been asking that question for the last 4 months or last 4 weeks, and nobody knows the answer to that question now.
So I Commissioner Penzo, I have had some research done on this. In 1994, the Douglas County, on August 11th, 1994, the county took action, BOCC took action on that, on the entirety of Johnson Lane was accepted at that time. So it was in 1994 is when that happened. Prior to that, the designation was State Route 209.
So what did the county Board of Commissioners take action on? Accepting it as a local road for maintenance purposes?
They took the action in 1994. It was the actual the description of the title. There was the discussion on a list of maps indicating county maintained roads. So they took on the maintenance of Johnson Lane and took that away from the state in 1994 at the August 11th, 1994 meeting.
Can we give it back to them?
Probably not.
They might horse trade for a road they take care of now.
And so, Mr. Erb, what is the average thickness of the road from 395 to the terminus of it in the east?
Well, the core samples we took were only in the section for my project between Hayborn and Vicky, and the smallest section was 5.5 inches, and the largest section was 6.7 inches.
So then how do we know, since those gravel trucks are going to have up to 85 gravel trucks a day, how do we know that the amount that they're offering is sufficient to rebuild the road or maintain the road? If we don't know the thickness of it from Vicky to the end, how do we know what the maintenance is going to be?
John, for the record, well, the annual maintenance is going to be the same. It's going to be crack sealing and chip sealing. When the road meets its life, whether we need to do a mill and overlay or a full reconstruction would be determined by the failure of the roadway at that time. It could be full reconstruction depending on how well the base holds up, or it could be just a mill and overlay type project.
Well, you know for certain.
Right now we're not. What's that?
You know for certain where they enter from BLM onto Johnson Lane that they're going to break it down. That's a given because it's just macadam, and it's going to break, and that break will continue on down the road, and it isn't going to be because of anything but those heavy trucks on it. The other part of this, I just have to tell you, this is not a satisfactory agreement in my view. I don't see, first of all, let me go back with the basics on this. This started with Knox requesting information from the BLM or BIA as to who owns what in January of 2019. The BLM issued them a temporary easement to get the stuff out of the mine and onto Sunrise Pass Road. But nobody in the 153 pages that we have, nobody ever thought to consult, notify, or even let the BOCC or the county know. And I just think that's a real poor start. I'm not criticizing Knox. Knox did what any good American company is going to do. If you say you can't do it here, they're going to figure a way to do it there. But we have been put upon. I believe that Johnson Lane has been singled out, and we have no recourse. Mr. Ritchie reported that there was a conversation between the BIA and the Solicitor General. And what did they say then, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I was informed that that if the county attempted to obstruct the landowner's ability to utilize their property, that the Solicitor General of the U.S. would be involved in litigation in the county's efforts to discriminate against the landowners to prevent them from making beneficial use of their property.
So we don't have any authority on BLM land, which they're traversing. We don't have any authority with the BIA traffic. Can we put up a barrier at the end of all of the roads? Let's say Stephanie, Johnson, Sunrise Pass, as they would get onto county road. Could we put a barrier up that would only allow ATVs, horses, people, and bicycles to go through it? Could we do that?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office, for the record. The county, of course, could do that. That's not the issue. The issue would be what would be the response from the federal government when the county blocked off federal lands from the rest of the county?
Well, we don't block it off. They do it up on Jacks Valley. The Forest Service did it. They put up one of those barriers so you can't take a motorized vehicle on their property. So it's okay for the feds to do it, but it's not okay for us to do it? Is that it?
Those roads, though, Chairman Penzel, are public roads, public access roads. The trails you're referring to are probably non-motorized access only easements.
That's correct. So we could go right on down East Valley so they don't interrupt any residential area. And we could say, okay, you can access 390, you can access the public lands off of the China Springs Road that doesn't exist. But they could get on that land. And we can do that. Is that correct?
No, Chairman. I don't think a federal judge would accept that the county's saying, sure, you can access the rest of the county down at China Spring over a road that doesn't exist.
So it has to be a road that exists?
It doesn't have to be a road that exists. The question is going to be whether there's a road built to NDOT standards, I don't know how many yards from the mine site. BIA and BLM are in the process of approving that. And the county, as I understand it, what you're proposing is basically putting a wall along East Valley to segregate public lands from the rest of the county for for these landowners to make beneficial use of their land. And you're going to have to, in order to do that, we'll allow them to get off their property just down at China Spring. I do not know how a federal judge would look at that.
Well, they can go north. They can go up to Carson City.
Or go up to Carson City, or Story County, or Lyon County.
They can go out to another county. But I can't understand why anybody would not be sympathetic to having them go somewhere else other than through a residential area. I don't understand that. How can people say, okay, that's fine. Well, we'll just build the road up. What about those people who live on Johnson Lane? You know, to me, this is a travesty. You know, the people in Meadowgrass want a sound wall put up. I mean, there's no end to what you're doing to the residents that are there. The residents that didn't approve this, that didn't have anything to do with this, that weren't even asked about it. And so we're blithely discussing how to repair the road that's going to be the noise generator for them. And Knox has very generously said they're going to control the noise at the plant. But that doesn't control the noise that's on the road. It doesn't help the residents that are facing that road. I just can't see how or why Johnson Lane was selected to be the punishment for this. Why are the people in Johnson Lane the ones that have to pay the high water prices? Why are the people in Johnson Lane the ones that have to deal with the sewer plant? Why are the people in Johnson Lane the ones that have to deal with this process? When DCSID complained about it, everybody got in an uproar and we solved that problem. But not for the people in Johnson Lane. Is the only recourse available to the people in Johnson Lane to create a GID and stop this kind of abuse? Or is there somebody in the county that really believes that we really can protect these residents and Knox can get his or her gravel out of there? I don't have any problem with the BIA selling the gravel. My biggest gripe is that they've disregarded the residents that are here. And we have no effective solution. I think it's wrong.
If I may, we haven't disregarded the residents. That's why we came offering a maintenance fund that no other company in this valley has or would offer. Johnson Lane is a major collector. We weren't selecting it as punishment for the members of the community. And with all due respect, things like that are what get people so fired up they're willing to go out and shoot equipment, threaten lives of people working out there, and do other sorts of things that are honestly illegal and out of control. So we didn't select it to punish the community. The Douglas County, like you said, it made it impossible to put in another material operation in this valley. My livelihood, the livelihood of the people that work for me, and the majority of the people that live in this town depend on construction. Without material being supplied locally, that dries up, growth dries up, and everything else starts imploding. That's the reality. And I get the knee-jerk reaction of, we don't want gravel trucks on our road. You start importing gravel or construction material from Carson City, you get more truck traffic, heavier loads, and longer durations. And the cost of construction goes up, which is going to push developers out of the area. So, like you stated, we found a way to supply that demand. There's going to be a demand, or we just say no growth, everything goes back to ranches and tumbleweeds, and I'm sorry you moved here, you're going to have to go find somewhere else to live and work. So I understand the frustration of the people that live on Johnson Lane. I really do. I sympathize with it, and I don't begrudge them for feeling that way, but it's not a punishment. We're operating a business and we're supplying material to the community that needs it. And we're not out to get anybody, and we came to mitigate what we could, which is damage to the road. I can't make silent trucks. I can't guarantee no dirt leaves an end dump or anything like that. But what I can do is try and mitigate the impact to the road. And that's what we've brought forth. And that's what I think we came to a reasonable solution that doesn't, we're not the only ones using that road. You've got heavy trucks running up and down that road all day long. They go to Tesla. The county trash trucks go up and down that route as a bypass. Those aren't light trucks. They run all the way down Fremont, down East Valley. East Valley is a major collector as well. And we've come to the table saying we'll stick solely to Johnson Lane. And I spoke with a woman earlier today. She said, we'll go down East Valley. Then I'm trading phone calls from people on Johnson Lane with phone calls on people on East Valley. Short of flying trucks over the community and landing on 395, we have to get material into the market. And I'm going to reiterate.
I don't have any problem with you doing that. I don't have any problem with you trying to get your material to market. I have a problem with how you're getting it there. If you go north and you scrape a road using all the pathways you can down to China Spring, and so you go north and south, you can intercede onto Highway 50 or 395, and you won't disrupt.
That's a business model that fails on its face. I can't afford to do that. It negates any ability to bring material to market. You're extending and you're increasing the cost of that operation to where it's not feasible. And then again, you're restricting their ability to use their property. So I get the frustration.
You can mine all you want. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you should go to the federal judge. Let's see what they say. I understand every one of your arguments. I've heard them all before.
Okay.
And yeah, we need to have gravel. We need road base. But you've exempted yourself. If you need to sell road base to somebody, anybody, you've exempted the tax on what you sell.
I'm not paying
that part either.
That's correct. It has to be a business model that works, or it's not. There's other. Let me put it this way. There's other material sources in the area that are pulled out of there for their sole use. They don't pay a tax on it. Are they offering you a maintenance fund on the roads?
Are they doing 85 trips a day?
I don't know. Have you?
Okay, so then
I came to you in good faith, and that's all I'm saying. Nobody else would have or has brought this type of offer to you, and it's because I recognize the impact to the road.
I understand you did this and you
Right.
didn't have to do it. I understand that you're trying to make a living, and I don't take exception to that. You went around our law to go on that BIA land, and that was our fault. We didn't coordinate this well enough when it was implemented. But you took a chance by going to the BIA. We're taking a chance by allowing you on our roads. And I'm saying, well, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's the way it should be. You have basically 10,000 residents that are going to have to put up with that noise and that truck traffic.
I understand, but
wait a second, let me finish.
Yes, sir.
If my colleagues on the board are supporting you, then you will win. That's the way the democracy works. The majority gets to have their way. I don't think this is the right way to do it. That's just me. And I have plenty of reasons that I've already articulated, the most of which is that I think is patently unfair to those people that live right next to that road. And the only reason you're doing it is because it cuts down on your cost. But at what cost is it to the residents? And I have received I've received so many emails, I can't reply to them all about this. And I should, because it's within my district. So I'm just saying, I can't support this. I support you making money. I support it 100%. I think you're a good businessman, and I think you've seen a good way in. I don't think you've seen a good way to transport it to market. And so you and I disagree on that. I appreciate your offer. I appreciate you coming forward and making that. But I also have to look out for the largest number of people. And so when it starts really impacting a large group of people, then I really have to be concerned about it. And I think this does. So that's the end of my spiel. Anybody else have any? Commissioner Rice, go ahead, go for it.
I have a question for Mr. Ritchie. If we do not approve this agreement with Knox, what are the consequences?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Without this agreement, the county's ability to influence the operations of Knox Excavation is limited to whatever public comment or comment the Board of County Commissioners wishes to submit to the BIA during the public comment period. The BIA may take whatever action they feel is reasonable based on that public comment, but the county will have no direct influence at all on the operations of that mine site or Knox Excavation. As far as ability to stop truck traffic on the county roads, we wouldn't be able to stop their trucks, because as long as they follow the weight limits, the other traffic regulations, the other restrictions that are imposed on any other truck on county roads, they would be able to take 100 trucks on the county roads as long as they comply with the weight limits and other regulations. If this agreement does not occur, that's fine. It will not stop the mine. It will not stop the federal government from doing whatever it is they're going to do. But this is the county's only way to directly impact or influence Knox Excavation, because once they sign the agreement, then they're voluntarily binding themselves to the terms of the agreement. Without the agreement, our influence is indirect through the BIA via the public comment period.
So it sounds to me like, as disagreeable with most of us as this is, apparently to to approve this agreement between Douglas County and Knox is the only recourse that we have at this point to help maintain our road. Us preventing them from using that road is something that would not fly legally, correct?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, that's correct. This is the only way you can directly influence what Knox is going to do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ingalls.
Knox has been agreeable, and if we get into a taffy pull, we're just going to lose, because all they have to do is cite the example of Bing. Bing has trucks going up and down Kimmerling all day. They have a whole new housing project right across the road. And so why are we discriminating against Knox if we're not doing it against Bing? And there's no way that we can defend ourselves. So I'm of the persuasion we're going to have to take what we can get. And if you want to go and fight against the Solicitor General of the federal government, good luck with that. It's not going to happen. So under the circumstances, we have to take what they get, or what we can get. And it's objectionable, but it's a better deal than we've got with Bing. So.
Well, we actually have a special use permit on Bing's.
I understand that, but they don't pay anything extra.
But it could be revoked if they're not doing it right.
Well, yeah, but they aren't paying anything to maintain Kimmerling.
Yeah, if we'd have thought about it when that was issued back in 1970, you probably.
Well, that's water under the bridge.
Yep, that's right.
And Knox at least came forward and said, well, this is what we'd like to do and offer. And, and it's incumbent on them to maintain their part of the bargain. Don't let those trucks go at Mach 1. Don't let them dump product all over the road. They'll keep after it. I'm not saying it's going to resolve everything, but it's better than a hole in the donut.
Agreed. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, I think one of the things that concerns me is actually the thickness of the pavement. I've been going under the assumption that this road was built entirely from 395 all the way to the end as being a little heavier than what I'm learning today. There apparently is a section that is 7 or close to 7 inches, but I'm concerned with the maintenance agreement. I know it's the only thing we've got, but I would like to see the 0.5 run for the whole 20 years personally. That was something that was negotiated after our discussions. And I understand that it's supposedly front-loaded, but I don't think that it's front-loaded enough to maintain the whole road for the 20 years. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
Yes, thank you. John, the agreement says that we're going to be collecting money front-loaded. I don't know how much. I'm sure that you all computed that 0.5% or whatever the amount is. That's going to create a certain pot of money for the county. Is that pot of money going to be sufficient to reconstruct Johnson Lane, the entire length of it?
No, that money will not be sufficient to reconstruct the road, the entire length.
So in looking at this, commissioners, is on this whole analysis, is Knox is proposing 30 to 85 or 90 trucks average daily traffic right on this road. The Johnson Lane Road today, depends on which report you look at NDOT, is 5,800 is shown as 5,800 ADTs actually at Johnson Lane and 395 at that intersection is in one report, and another report that John Maxwell has downloaded, it shows about 7,900 or 600 units ADTs on that one, average daily trips in that intersection. And I'm looking at a transportation study that Starbucks created. The average daily trips for that particular business is 1,191 units. And what John Maxwell is proposing is at the most 100 trucks or 90 trucks per day is what he's proposing. That's at a peak operation. That the mine is running, and it's going to be a large project that's receiving material, and and it could happen. But on an average day, it's not going to be that many trucks. And compared to what Starbucks, and those trucks are the same type of trucks. We've got trailers with multiple, trucks with multiple trailers behind them. That's potentially the use at the mine as well. They're very similar in nature, and he's proposing 100 out of that amount of traffic. What we did is we estimated the entire 20 years of maintenance for Johnson Lane to be at around $3,238,600, and we took 0.25% of that, 25% of the damage for what Maxwell's operation is planned to do for that road, which could be at, or in some cases, if you discuss it with Mr. Maxwell, it's lower than that, based on the damage that's there today. Or that has the potential to be damaged today because of the traffic. Also, we have a number of parcels out there in the industrial area now that the North Valley sewer plant is operational. Can be developed with more industry, right? More industry, similar to Starbucks, more truck traffic. It was designed and is in the master plan for trucks at least down to Vicky. And you can see in the soils analysis that John Erb had in his report for the sections of the road from Vicky to Hayborn, that the thin section was actually, I believe, John, if I'm not mistaken, is at the crown of the road or close to the crown, where it usually is a little thinner than on the edges. So that analysis shows that it's like 5.5. I want to say it was 5.5 inches of asphalt to a thickness of up to 7, and then there was another improvement done when the water lines went into those water tanks that extends it up to, towards Fremont. But I have not been able to locate that soils test and figure out what those thicknesses are of Johnson Lane. NDOT built that road as a Highway 209. That was dedicated to the county in 1994, and we are assuming that road was built for NDOT's use to allow the trucks to get to the pits at the end of Johnson Lane that are there today. You can see them on either side of the Johnson Lane wash, on the north side and the south side. It's where the OHV area is at designated today. And then on the other side, you can see also, when you look at the maps, the damage from that borrow pit from NDOT. And so we have discussed, to answer a couple of these other questions that have been risen in the last 20 minutes, we have discussed with Mr. Maxwell about the end of Johnson Lane. There is a large bump there today. The pavement sticks out of the dirt. It hasn't been maintained. Mr. Maxwell has graded that out. There still is a slight bump today, and he has told us that he was going, once the mine is producing gravel, that he's going to put a gravel section at the end of the road so that we're trying to protect the end of that pavement, Mr. Pinzel. And I know I don't have that actually in the agreement, but that's what he's telling me he's going to do. He's been up front with us, since the beginning of June, and And I think, you know, this agreement is what we've been able to negotiate with him is reasonable. And that's what I have to say.
Mr. Dallaire, Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, thanks for addressing that. I had a comment about that because Barry was concerned about the end of Johnson Lane. And I do think that, I think on construction sites, they use fractured rock or whatever it's called to transition from pavement to dirt. Is it possible that in addition to that fractured rock that we can have a distance, say, of 100 feet at the end of Johnson Lane that's concrete that won't degrade nearly as fast as asphalt, so that the transition into the asphalt is a lot smoother?
I'm not allowed to put any permanent infrastructure on to the BLM road. So once that pavement ends, you're into BLM. For my permit and right of way, I can't put any permanent structures in there.
No, I'm talking about taking the last 100 feet of pavement right now as it exists on Johnson Lane on county property, taking that up and putting in a concrete base.
Who's that directed at?
I think that right now, the agreement we have is the agreement we're going to have to vote on. It would be through their good offices if they wanted to do something else. My ire is not directed at Knox. My ire is directed at the BIA and the BLM and what we've done in the past and what we have to do for the future of the folks that are living there. And I think that that wasn't calculated, and I think that the folks at Knox are trying to assuage the issues somewhat by their voluntary agreement, which in base is a good agreement for them. I'm not convinced it's a great agreement for the county, but that, as he said, Mr. Maxwell said, they didn't have to offer us anything, and they are. So I think Mr. Engel said a bird in hand's worth two in the whatever, and his logic is true. But I'm representing people that are directly affected by it. They are unhappy, and no amount of road base is going to change how unhappy they are. You know, the people that want sound walls put up, the people that are directly onto Johnson Lane. You can tell them there are more trucks getting on Johnson Lane from Starbucks, but they expected that when they bought their place. They didn't expect that it would be on the upper parts of Johnson Lane. And so I side with them. I'm siding with the people. I'm not saying that you all have to do that, but I am saying that I think that my concerns for the overall population outweigh a generous offer from Knox. I think the BIA also has suckered us in because they didn't ever make any overture to us whatsoever. And as you heard today, the BLM folks didn't even know what I was talking about. So the federal government is the one that's oppressing this county. States' rights, and we're not getting any help from the governor. Have you heard the governor offer anything? No. So we're alone fighting this battle. Are we going to be Don Quixote and try and go after the windmill? Or are we going to just approve this and go? That's the question that's before us. Any other comments? Commissioner Nelson?
I'm sorry. I'd just like to say, in fairness of Kimberly, she's stepping into a void, right? So they've got a lot on their plate. This process begun way before she stepped into that void. So to say that she not aware of this permit, it's not out of just to be fair to her, she's in a bad spot stepping into the void last. That's all I had to say.
Okay. You're talking about the lady from BLM, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dave?
Yeah, I just wanted to say there are a couple of bright things in this agreement, and one is there is some flood mitigation, and I wonder, Tom, can you address that issue?
Yeah, we have been discussing with Mr. Maxwell and with his connections to the family. The family that owns the property that the mine is being placed on owns another 9 parcels similar to that to the east and to the south. So there's 10 parcels total. They're each 160 acres. The airport wash is where it is pretty much all of those parcels lie within the airport wash area, and there is an opportunity where we can work with Mr. Maxwell, who would help us with the family and apply for an environmental assessment, which I believe is 3 years or so to go through. It's similar to what Courtney's going through now with the Johnson Lane work on the detention basins in Johnson Lane for BLM, and we can work with him and over the years and then get some drainage basins installed along those washes, which would reduce the flow, the flood flows across East Valley Road, across the Bentley property, and flooding our airport. There is a large floodplain along Hayborn that receives that floodwater, and right now that's an industrial area. And with Mr. Maxwell's help and the family's help, we would be able to construct some basins to mitigate that flooding.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that if not approve this agreement, everything is going to happen anyway, and then the county will get nothing. I agree that we've been done dirty by the BIA, and I'm not pleased about this at all. But it seems to me that it's going to happen anyway. We may as well get what we can to mitigate the project. So that's my thought.
Okay. If there are no more comments, then we'd be looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Willis.
I've got a comment and question. Doug, Commissioner Penzel said that the agreement before us is what we're voting on today. We don't have the right to alter that agreement before it's voted on? Or make a suggestion?
If I may, Chairman, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. No, you can propose something to Mr. Maxwell. This is just a proposal. I would point out that under 2N of the agreement, actually 2M as in Mike, the operator, Knox, agreed to build sufficient road base at the entrance to the mine site to reduce some of the problems that have been brought up regarding the asphalt. Also in 2O, Knox has agreed to consider future alternate routes from Johnson Lane. So as the mine progresses, they understand that Johnson Lane is not, there's problems with it, and they've agreed to contemplate other access routes, to Chairman Penzel's point. But this is not a done deal. This is a proposal, and the board can speak with Mr. Maxwell.
So Mr. Maxwell, in condition 2M, to construct sufficient road base, does that include, and I'm not even sure I'm using the correct term, but I know it's fractured rock or whatever, does that include placing that type of material down right as you enter the paved section of Johnson Lane?
We can look at anything that would reduce. It's in our best interest to keep the road clean. Anybody should recognize that. Whatever we can do to mitigate any dirt being tracked onto the road, we'll absolutely do. It's not in our best interest to leave a quarter-mile tire tracks, dirt. That's also a sandy area out there, so you're not going to get much track anyway. But we'll do what we can under my ability in that right-of-way, under my agreement, right? I can't put any permanent structures in under that right-of-way agreement. So anything I can that's approved by BLM, I'll do. I have no problem with that.
Well, in your professional opinion, do you foresee the pavement coming, once you get onto the pavement coming off the dirt road, do you foresee that pavement breaking down, and would you be willing to put in some kind of concrete roadway for so many feet to help protect that?
Well, I don't see it unraveling, but that's what we're providing a fund for those types of things. That's, we can go around about it, but that's the point of my proposal for a maintenance fund. We can protect the edge of pavement to the best of our ability. The track out rock, honestly, it's on every plan. It doesn't work. It sticks in the tires and it gets thrown onto the road. We have to put it in, so we put it in. We'll go to any construction site with that track out rock and you'll see tire tracks on the road. So.
Okay, well, I'll rely on your professional opinion. I think the agreement is a fine agreement, and it'll be interesting to see what the BIA does. I know on the next item number 9, we talk about making comments during the comment period to the BIA. I would hope that the people in Johnson Lane would do the same. But the agreement as it stands now, I think is fine.
All right. Any other comments? All right, then we'd be looking for a motion. So we have no motion.
Mr. Nelson, you were the negotiator. You want to make the?
I move that we approve the agreement between Douglas County and Knox Excavating as presented.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Nelson, a second by Commissioner Walsh. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
I'm voting against it. Not because I don't think it's a good agreement, but I'm voting against it because we're put in this position to have to accept an agreement by the federal government. All right. Mr. Maxwell, you've got an agreement.
All right.
Chairman. I hope you take good care of the people and listen to what the residents are trying to achieve also.
Absolutely. We're members of the community and we care about it. I appreciate everybody's hard work getting this agreement put together. Thank you for your time. And I respect your no vote.
Actually, I hope you make $2 million a day.
Me too.
That'll just increase our amount there, So
there you go. That's then the family makes a lot of money, the county makes money, and the community gets to grow.
Oh, grow.
I'm in the business, so I'm biased in that sense.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I'm certain that we'll take some gas for that. All right. We'll move on to item 10. Let me get that back up. I think it's 9. We're moving on to item 10. For possible action, discussion to provide public comment to the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the environmental assessment for the proposed Painted Rock Mine located at 2 miles east of the end of Johnson Lane on Sunrise Pass Road on BIA Allotment Trust Land APN 1321-00-001-001 because the proposed project is on federal land. Douglas County lacks the jurisdiction to approve or deny the project. Mr. Cates, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a continuation of the discussion that we had at the last meeting. So the purpose here is to provide public comment to the Bureau of Indian Affairs as part of the NEPA process for this project. Comments on the draft environmental assessment that they posted on their website. That information is in the packet. We have received a lot of public comment. We would encourage the public to make those comments directly to the BIA. I did not take a stab at drafting a letter before this meeting because it was not clear if we were going to come to terms with Knox Excavating, and I thought that had a lot of bearing on what type of comments that we would have. But it is an opportunity for the board to express any concerns about this project, impact on Douglas County residents and our infrastructure, or flaws in the process. I would say that the BIA, they put this out for public comment, I think after we started inquiring. I can't guess at what they would have done had we not known about this, but they definitely did not consult with us. I think it is worth noting that the White House just recently updated federal regulations regarding NEPA processes, where the intent of those changes is to get the federal agencies to work earlier in the process with relevant agencies and state and local governments. And I sure hope that in the future we see improvements from BIA and other federal agencies in how they engage with local governments, specifically Douglas County. And with that, wherever you'd like to go with this conversation.
Okay. Do we have any comments, questions, statements? Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, Mr. Cates, I think we do want to make some pretty strong statements to BIA about this issue, that we weren't notified, that sort of thing. But also, you know, when we're doing things here in the county, we have to notify people of what's going on around them. And this affects everybody along Johnson Lane specifically. And I think we should make a point that they should have reached out to those people for comments. They haven't done that. And I think that the federal government should be required to do the same thing that we require our people to do here. So I would like to make sure that that is in that statement that you make.
Others? Any? I think, since nobody else is, but I think, first of all, I respect all of your votes. I think you did what you had to do, and I did what I had to do. I think that that we should send a letter to President Trump, to the BIA, to both of our senators, and to our congressional representative. I think everyone in that chain should be notified that the process is extremely flawed. I have no heartburn, no problem with the individuals that own the land trying to make money on it. I think that's a great thing. And they have not been able to do that for a very long time. So I have no problem with what they're trying to do. I have a problem with the BIA even being involved. And it goes back to, and it should be illustrated in the discussion, what they made us do to get a water line through and how much they charged us because they gave us a stop work order. Now, I don't know who or what court enforces the stop work order that we got, but we had to stop, and even though on that line, we were confident that we owned the right-of-way. They made us stop. And then on top of that, they made us pay an additional fee to them, an insult fee. And there we are trying to get a water line that would service them through. It was a mutual benefit. It took 2 years and a lot more money. Here they had the opportunity to do some goodwill, and they refused to do that. If they had worked with us and said, here's what we're trying to do, how would you like us to help you? Might have done a great deal better for them. But as it is, now we have a relationship that needs repair. And it's not that we're not willing to work with them. We've proved that. What they haven't proved is they're willing to work with us. I think the process needs tremendous amount of help. And the BLM wasn't helpful at all. They knew this was all happening. Did anybody here get notified by the BLM? I don't think so. So the two federal agencies completely missed the boat. And that should be recorded. And that should be recorded in writing to both the BLM and our folks that are representing us in Congress, as well as the president. Maybe the president doesn't even know that these folks are just doing this stuff. Maybe he can actually drive some kind of format for them. The BLM was impressive. They're really working on things, but not the things we want them to work on, just things that they think ought to be good. And as regards to the road issue, it seems to me that there has to be some reciprocity. This road is not going to be the last time it's ever heard of. As we become more populated, and thanks to COVID-19, apparently we've got 2,000 more people from the county manager's report. And where are we going to put them? We have to be working, much to Mr. Slade's dislike, we have to be working on what we're going to do out in the Pine Nuts and what's that going to look like and who's got a view of that. And this is just the beginning. This is a road that's going to be out to the Pine Nuts now. And beyond where they're doing it, if you haven't been out there, is a great valley that could be used for homes out in the valley. This is going to be a long time thing that we're going to have to live with. And we need to make sure that the BLM, the BIA are working with us and not against us. If they were working for us, then we would have already had the retention ponds. But they're not. And they need to be told that those are for the residents. They could have approved those retention ponds along with the road. That would have helped. That would have done something for the folks in Johnson Lane. But now the water's just going to rush off, if it's a flood, rush off into Johnson Lane again. And they're talking about, Mr. Dallaire is talking about the airport wash. Well, that's good. It used to flood when we didn't have East Valley paved. It used to be a big mud hole. But now we got East Valley paved, and that's also a barrier to the water. And we haven't had a flood even in 2014 and 16. It didn't flood there. So we need to have some better relationships. I don't know how Mr. Cates is going to word this. He's only got a short time to word it. But those are issues I believe that they should be made aware of. And we need some help. And our congressional relations should help on that, I think. That's my feeling. Did I give you enough to write down, Mr. Cates?
I'm taking copious notes.
Yeah, I'll bet it'll be one sentence. Summarize what Penzel said in 1 second. Okay. Anybody else? Nobody else is anxious to let them know? Okay. Okay. If there's no further clarification from Mr. Cates, other than you have to get this in shortly, right?
Yeah, we have to submit it by the 22nd.
Yeah, I know Doug Ritchie was talking about we have to have it in by the 20th. I don't know why his date is different than what the published date is, but it has something to do with it. Now he's back.
I calculated, Chairman Penzel, this is Tom Delaire. I calculated the date. It was 30 days from when it actually got published in the newspaper. It ended up landing on a Sunday, and I wasn't sure if it was calendar days or weekdays. So I published that September 20th as the 30 days out from when it was published in the paper.
Okay. Well, somebody has said that it's the 22nd. I don't care. That's up for you all to resolve. But I would get it done sooner rather than later. Okay, so anybody got any other comments they want to add? Anybody got comments?
I think that's pretty well covered, sir.
Beat to death. Commissioner Nelson, do you have something you want to say?
No, I was just going to say that I'd heard the 20th also, but I don't have anything that specifically says that. So.
Okay. Okay. So we do item 11 for presentation only, reports and updates from county commission members concerning the various boards and that they may be a member of or a liaison to or meetings, functions they have attended. Commissioner Rice and then Commissioner Nelson.
Okay, I have a couple of things. Number one, I have a meeting again tomorrow with Tahoe Transportation District. They have unveiled their One Tahoe plan, which I have advised them from the start that it's not going to fly in Douglas County. They want to charge a entrance fee for every car that enters the basin, and those that live here can pay a small monthly fee for the privilege of driving out of our driveways. That was presented to South Lake Tahoe, I believe, last week, and you can imagine the reception that this proposal got. So we will see tomorrow at the meeting whether or not he's still planning on going ahead with this. But I've advised him that Douglas County will not be in support of this, nor will I. And we see where that goes from there. Secondly, for the Tahoe Douglas Visitor Center, they anticipate the bond sale to occur on Wednesday, October the 14th for the event, and they anticipate that on October the 28th, $100 million will go to TDVA for the completion of that project. And that's all I have to report at this moment.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, the library board had a meeting the other day, and they're going to be purchasing a new computer that will actually end up in the library, in the law area of the library.
Okay, any other meetings you've attended?
No.
Gentlemen, anybody else?
Mr. Cates, anything new on that, replacing that AS400 system? And how about have you got an IT head now?
For the record, Patrick Cates. No, we do not have a CTO yet. We're still working on that search. As far as the AS400, that will not be replaced until the project that the assessor is working on is put in place, and I don't have the timelines in front of me, but they're going to be using the ASO, the AS400 for a little while yet. But we have put in place some support contracts so that it can be maintained until they can switch over to the new system.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Then, Ms. Wood, have you received any public comment? At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners or agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. So we start at 4:54.
Natalie Wood, for the record, I do have public comment. I will start playing them.
How many do you have?
6.
All right, play on.
Mr. Chairman, before she starts that, I have a meeting I have to get to in the Valley, and I'm going to leave the call at this time.
Oh, come on, Wes.
Record them for me. I'll listen to them later.
Okay. All right. So we have an excused absence. I think I have a meeting, come to think about it.
Okay, I will start playing them.
Okay.
Hi, my name is AJ Ersic, URSIC. I'm commenting on agenda items 9 and 10. I've been reviewing the environmental assessment from that's regarding the Painted Rock mine, and it's wanting. There's a significant impact on the safety and environmental conditions of having 85 trucks on the road on Johnson Lane. It's too long to list here, but we really need to have more time to analyze this and submit these comments from the area. The citizens in this area are very much against this. Property values, water usage, safety issues, especially the safety issues of 85 trucks, and that would be just the product trucks. We have to double that for the returning trucks. The road conditions would be deteriorated significantly. The costs would be prohibited for according to the Government Accounting Office on road conditions and what 18-wheelers do. I submitted at length comments to the board. I'm hoping somebody reads them, but I will be publishing the entire review of this, my environmental assessment on this project. And but my point here is that we need to really, besides the water usage, the values and the safety, the property values and the safety of the community, really need to slow this down. And the county needs to do whatever they can to prohibit the traffic on Johnson Lane and Fremont for the communities involved. It's just too significant to be cavalier about it and push it through so quickly. Appreciate that. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, next.
Jim Slade. I suspect that some commissioners enjoy the online meetings for one specific reason. It limits public comment. The board should want to hear how the public feels about all agenda items. By only allowing public comment at the very beginning and end of the meeting, the public is deprived of the opportunity to comment on all agenda items in which they are interested. If there are multiple items in which individuals have an interest, there's clearly insufficient time in 3 minutes to address them all. Now, I'm sure that some of you would immediately respond with the first statement on every agenda for the last 6 months, quote, Douglas County is actively monitoring and managing the COVID-19 level of risk to our community to minimize contact among individuals and to slow the spread of COVID-19. That sounds reasonable enough. It's wise to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. Yet last week, the county closed our public airport to allow a partisan political event with approximately 30,000 participants with no social distancing and very few masks. How is that supposed to minimize contact among individuals and slow the spread of COVID-19? Obviously, it doesn't. In fact, it does just the opposite. And of course, it was contrary to the governor's mandate about maximum crowd size. The county statement that said that the decision was made, quote, after careful consideration. Really? By whom? Just the county manager? Were commissioners asked to weigh in? Which ones? Did all of them approve? Certainly there was no board meeting held in which this issue was discussed. This is a matter of public health and safety and should not be a partisan issue. I'm a Republican, yet I would express my same concerns regardless of who wanted to use our airport for a rally during this pandemic. Would the county make the same decision regardless of party? Since the county has decided that they're not really all that concerned about social distancing anymore, then all county commissioner meetings should again be held in person, and the board should revert to its long-held procedure of allowing public comment on each agenda item that is for possible action when it is considered. You no longer have any excuse. If you feel that you need a larger venue, then move the meetings to the CVIC or community center. The town of Minden, after all, has been having in-person meetings again for months. Your continued use of online meetings would only be to indicate to the public that you really don't want to hear what they have to say. That would certainly violate the intent of the open meeting law. The public deserves to be heard from on all items and not so severely limited in time to address them.
Okay, next.
My name is Carol Strail. I live 1738 Tony Court in Minden. My property, our property, backs up to the extension of Johnson Lane that goes out to the gravel pit. What I would like to know, since I'm watching your meeting, what I would like to know is why weren't the residents of this area notified that this was going on, even if the county didn't have jurisdiction over it? And I would also like to know who's going to pay for any drop in our property values from the traffic that's going to be going back and forth. As in the newspaper, it said from 30 to 90 loads per day. I think that this is really uncalled for, that we weren't notified. I don't think that the county or BIA or anybody else has taken into consideration the people that live here, and I'm pretty boiled up about this. I would like somebody to explain that to me, and if you need to give me a call, 267-5778. Thank you.
So I've received 2 additional messages from this phone number. I'll play the next one to see if it's a different individual. If it's the same individual, I can pause it and you can provide direction.
Yes, my name is Carol Strail.
So that's the same individual. So I can skip it since she's already received or left her public comment. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we said we would do.
Okay. And then I'll go to the next one from that same phone number to verify the same thing.
Is this in accordance with the open meeting law, Mr. District Attorney?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. The open meeting law requires a period of closing public comment. The board is required to provide notice regarding the rules. The public is notified that it's limited to 3 minutes. However, the chair has the discretion to grant additional time if he so wishes.
Well, we did set up in the beginning, we say only one public comment per person.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so this is the second public comment for the same person. So if we're going to follow the rules, then we'll follow the rules.
Okay, I will play the next one from that phone number and see if it's a different person or the same person.
Yes, this is Carol Strail again. I know.
Same one.
Okay.
I have one additional one that is from a different phone number, so I will play that.
Okay.
R. Adam, that's A-D-A-M. During the BOCC meeting of September 17th, today, didn't Chairman Penzel claim he was misquoted in the Record Courier at that date for a quote made by the district attorney? Wasn't Penzel referring to a letter to the editor in that paper titled Raising Roof Over Library Roof? Isn't it true? There actually were no quotation marks in that article, but the letter did contain the following question. At the August 6th BOCC meeting, didn't Chairman Penzel point out that the trustees of the County Library Board and not the BOCC, have the sole authority to appoint, evaluate, and supervise the library director. By choosing as chairman of the BOCC to read the district attorney's quote, isn't Penzel pointing that out? Did Penzel disagree with the district attorney? Also, didn't Penzel choose not to point out that the BOCC is responsible for appointing all library board trustees, can remove any of them under NRS 283.440, and that the current BOCC approved spending up to $151,800 taxpayer dollars for a library roof replacement estimated originally to be only $115,000, with little or no discussion of whether the roof could actually be repaired instead of replaced. Do you think there is room for significant improvement in BOCC decisions regarding the library, including a roof replacement and the selection of library trustees who appoint the library director, and voted 3-2 to waste $30,000 taxpayer dollars to investigate a political incident?
Yeah, I'm going to play the third message from the same phone number again because I feel like I played the second one twice. If you don't mind, just to verify.
Yes, this is Carol Strail again.
Nope, correct. The last one received, that came in at 4:09 p.m.
It was received at 4:09.
Yes, sir.
We'll wait 5 minutes more. 5:10. Mr. Cates, you should include all of these phone calls and emails that we've got from everybody in the letter you write, I think. I don't know if I can say that now or not.
But you just did.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay.
Natalie, no one could hear you when you spoke.
What time are you referring to?
5:06 p.m. Are you ready for me to play it?
Oh, you just received one?
Yes, at 5:06.
Go ahead, play it.
This is AJ again, URSIC, done at the conclusion of the meeting. Now I know.
I can't recall if that was that he had a public comment in the beginning of the meeting or just recently.
I don't know. I'm not keeping track of names.
He was the first one and final public comment.
And I won't play the remainder of that one.
Chairman, if I may offer something.
Sure.
For those individuals who want to provide public comment exceeding the 3 minutes, they're free to submit written comments, which will be part of the record and which the board will review if during the approval of the minutes. So it will become a part of the record.
Good point. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 5:10 and no additional public comment has been received.
Well, in that case, I will declare that we are adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day.